Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 206th live stream for the Misfit Gamer Studios. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's episode, we have a new Druid Subclass coming from Hecate, the Circle of the Twilight Monarch. I'm very interested to see if this has to do with low light levels, or nighttime superpowers, or just more butterfly nonsense. I don't know, but join us and let's find out. All right, I have a cat on my lap right now, so I can't be too animated.
Valid.
Very, very difficult to show him, but
we live in the cat life today.
Yeah, let's see if I can.
You chilling? Yeah, you.
I can't get him up high enough. But yeah, he's there. He's just chilling in the lap, so we're just gonna be chilling tonight. No major updates. I been streaming a lot lately, so if you you're not used to that, you should come by. I've been doing lots. Started 5.5 hours just today.
Given that new box its paces, man.
Absolutely, I got to. And the new games too. I had a lot of fun practicing my games today.
Yeah. What games are you getting into?
Crime Simulator is the big one right now.
Crime Simulator.
Yeah.
What kind of game is this?
It's basically you're just a burglar and you just have to go to different neighborhoods, and it's kind of like a dungeon crawl where it's not procedurally generated. Like all the the neighborhoods are always the same.
Sure.
But you're essentially paying off debt to the mob, and so you have to do all of this stuff. But you have like 3 days to complete each tier. So the first tier, it's like $1,000. Second tier's 2,000, and you just have to keep making more and more. And you only have 3 days each time to do it.
Okay.
But you have to go back to the neighborhoods, go into more and more complicated houses, get more tools, buy stuff, go back and forth. So there's different things. There's lock picking. There's breaking into windows either forcefully or cutting out the glass. There's like 3 different ways to lock pick. You can use bobby pins. Some need bobby pins because that's like its own little mini game. Wild. Then there's the regular lock pick, kind of like the Skyrim mini game. And then there's a there's another way to do. Oh yeah, and then there's the you can use a stethoscope on like safes. Crack the safe.
Interesting.
And then and there's so much more that I haven't bought yet. But yeah, basically it's just learning the NPCs, learning the pathing, getting the the upgrades.
Legit.
And just slowly getting to the point to where you can make more and more money. But if at any point you don't make the amount of money that you need, the game ends and you start back at day 1 at the first tier and you lose all your stuff. Now your level stays the same. So you're the skills that you've learned.
Interesting.
So your personal skills upgrade.
So you will be able to be more successful
everywhere.
Further. Gotcha.
So you personally,
it's kind of like a little roguelike. That's interesting.
It's more roguelike. So yeah, you lose all your items, but your abilities that you've personally upgraded will stay the same. So I have like advanced lockpicking, so I don't have to get that every single time. I just have that now. Sure. So obviously, you also learn the maps a lot quicker, and you learn the tools a lot better. So
valid.
Right now for me is on day 1, there was like 2 or 3 houses I would go to because they had a lot of little loot, then I was learning how to do it. But now that I've gone through all of the houses, I know who the richest houses are. So when I go in there, I can go in on day 1, go to the richest house, and in the first day get like the first 3 tiers of loot in one run. Oh. Just because you know where all the good stuff is.
Interesting.
And you only have like, because it gives you from like 9 to 7 a.m., but each hour is only like a minute long. So you only have like 10 minutes real time to get in, do all of this stuff in as many houses as you can. And each one has different layouts, different ways in, different NPC patterns. So some NPCs are always awake and always moving. Others will go to sleep. You can learn their patterns and you can like actually watch them. So it'll say they're going to go over here for the next hour. So you kind of can know how long you have.
Right.
But then there's different security systems that you have to get through. So it's a lot of fun. But I'm just irritated that I can't progress faster because there's a couple items that would just make the game 10 times easier. Yeah. But of course, those are locked to later. So
valid. Yeah.
It's one of those. It trickle feeds you, and it's a little slow in my opinion. But it's also just because you kind of just have to learn it all, and then just get to the point to where you're just like, okay, boom, boom, boom. Like right now, if I ever have to reset, it is going to be funny. One of the first things I learned to do was just get it as much as you can and only give them as much as you need to pass the level, and then hold back, because you can always give them that stuff for the next level. You can always hold back items.
Interesting. Okay.
So there's ways that you can, like, as I've learned that, I now in the very first round could probably completely in one day, I could probably completely take out like 3 small houses or 1 bigger house. I could completely, wipe them clean.
Just yeah.
And I have 3 days to complete each tier. So if in the first 3 days I clear the map, in the first 3 days of the first tier, I'll have multiple tiers worth of loot. So at that point, it's just, burn and churn. It's just.
I'm gonna have to run back and watch one of these streams because I wanna see this.
Yeah, it's a fun game. I really enjoy it. I will be playing a lot more of it.
Very cool. Very cool.
But yeah, other than that, I have not looked at Plunder just yet. So we will be.
Oh, okay.
I will be trying to read up on that this week.
Cool.
And yeah, hopefully either this Friday we'll play it, or I don't know what we'll do this Friday. This Friday or next Friday, we'll probably sit down. I know Vixie wants to play it.
Okay.
So we may end up doing that on a weekend if we all are available too. Because I definitely would want to.
We did talk about, but maybe doing an extra stream this month. So we could try that.
I really want to try to do that if we can. Get like a full day. Where we can, have at least a couple hours to play it.
Okay.
All right. Well, that was all I had.
Yeah.
So I guess we can get right to this.
Groovy.
We are not really concerned with anything else today. Let me just get that. There we go. Try not to disturb the child.
Indeed.
All right. So we have a new Druid subclass from Hecate.
Hecate.
Let's see what they have in store for us today. We have Circle of the Twilight Monarch. Druid Circle by Hecate, starting as always with a description when we have one. Some druids learn their art. However, Circle of the Twilight Monarch druids are chosen by the gloaming itself. Gloaming? Did I say that right?
Oh, that might be a typo.
Okay. Is it the glooming or the glowing?
It could be the gloom. Oh, that's something ing itself.
Okay. Born during the single breath between sunset and nightfall, or awakening from a depth of the death pale fever exactly at dusk. They discover that light bends around them, flames dim, moon silver halos their shadow, and 2 overlapping voices whisper, guard the boundary, become the boundary. Accepting that call fuses fading sunlight and fresh darkness into their very sinew. They wander the world's margins, forest edges at sundown, bedside vigils at life's brink, guiding endings into beginnings, and striking down those who would break the balance. Lanterns and shadow, sentinels and scythe, a Twilight Monarch walks forever where day yields to night.
Interesting.
So I get where the lore is. I get what the story it's telling.
Sure.
But it's really giving me nothing to go off of in terms of what to expect. Like, I have no idea, because like the flames dimming, and
it is kind of giving me that like darkness-y, like,
yeah, something between sunset and nightfall.
Hecate did just jump in and say that gloaming means dusk and twilight, which is new for me. I didn't even know that was a word.
Oh, okay. So it's the
okay.
It's the level of light at either of those times. Those times being when they happen, but the gloaming is the effect that they give.
Got you.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I don't really, other than like being able to control light for the purposes of darkness, that I guess is the only thing I can.
I'd be very curious if there's an ability, you know how sometimes you can like create light. I'm curious if you can turn like lightness into darkness. So like imagine like an aura around,
like control
you.
Light.
Lightweight, but making bright light dim light, or making dim light darkness.
Well, there used to be abilities like that. I know the psionics used to have that. Control light. Yeah, control light was the psionic ability where you could increase or decrease. And I thought there was a spell that had control light as well. I thought control light was a spell. May not be in 5th edition, but I could have sworn control light was a spell.
I don't know all the spells. It's possible. There's lots of control spells.
Yeah.
Control flames, control water, control wind, control flames. Maybe that's not the same. It's cantrip. But yeah, I mean, I think that would be very cool. I think that'd be very cool.
We have another this or that. 3 F-15 fighters with only half their cargo, or World War II aircraft carrier. That's what they're built for. Doesn't matter what era. An aircraft carrier will still beat the shit out of basically anything land, air, or sea. Like they're one of the more armamented up ones. That actually might be one of the few things I would know is their capabilities. I mean, 3 F-15s, they have more than 3 F-15s on deck. Like they're already going to be.
Here's the deal.
Like,
if we are talking about a fully loaded aircraft carrier with aircrafts on it that it can deploy to defend itself, like,
and it has anti-air guns. Like, I mean, most of the other ships are there for, you know, sea battle. Like the aircraft carrier is good. Like the F-15 probably not even getting close. And even if they do, I don't even think their armaments are going to do much.
only half their cargo. And when they say cargo,
I meant their armament, we have ammunition. It doesn't even matter. Even full up, even fully loaded, I don't think they're going anywhere.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, agreed. I give it to the aircraft carrier.
Wow.
Yeah, we didn't have jets back in World War II. It doesn't matter. Like the aircraft carrier, like that thing was built to be a living fortress, capable of standing on its own, let alone its entire armada around it. But it itself is not, a sitting duck.
They're not gonna do enough damage to it before they can just get wiped.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, especially if the aircraft carrier does have aircraft on it, even if those aircraft aren't jets, they're still gonna have to pay attention to those jets while the aircraft carrier is still gunning them down.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't think it being a World War II changes it. Jesus, cat. Yeah. I'm sorry, but you were making everything go numb.
Wild.
Right, can I just have you there? Okay. But let's continue and see what else we have. I know, but my legs go numb.
They gotta function, bud. They gotta function.
Oh. I do like this image though.
That is very cool. Like that, I'm not sure what that web is, but it does very much give me the feel like they have some sort of control over light. Maybe they can contain it or whatever. But yeah, it gives me for sure gives me Twilight vibes.
So are we using Monarch in the sense of like nobility Monarch or and like royalty, someone who's in control, or are we using Monarch in the sense of the butterfly?
So I kind of feel like the vibe that I've gotten from Hecate when they use Monarch, it almost feels like a not necessarily like nobility specifically, but almost like
chosenness.
Like you are the representative of, or
that's what I'm kind of getting the vibe of this, because the gloaming itself chose them, so they are a monarch of the gloaming. Is what you would say.
Yes.
So being a Twilight Monarch, you are a monarch of it, but you are not like the butterfly monarch. So
yeah,
that I can go with a little bit more. All right, we get Twilight Circle spells. At second, we get Fairy Fire and Fog Cloud, Pass Without Trace, Moonbeam, Fear, Spirit Guardians, Greater Invisibility, Shadow of Moil, Commune with Nature, and Sunbeam.
Ooh, Sunbeam.
Yeah.
I can see Sunbeam.
Sunbeam, Moonbeam. I mean, Sunbeam, Moonbeam. I get it. I get it without homebrewing your own ability. That works. Fog Cloud is interesting. I get Fairy Fire. Totally get Fairy Fire. Pass Without Trace. Totally understand.
Yeah.
Fear. I would say Fear and Fog Cloud.
Fog Cloud, yes, because you're trying to like obfuscate and like potentially be hidden and things of that nature, but still just like the use of it. Like maybe you could flavor it as something else or whatever, but
what level is
also hopefully I articulated this correctly, Hecate, but it was initially set as spell level and spells, but I changed it to druid level because both Fog Cloud and Fairy Fire are first level spells. Pass Without a Trace and Moonbeam are both second level spells. So I'm assuming that this is the level of druid you are when you get access to these spells.
That's what I would say. I would replace Fog Cloud with Darkness.
Okay, I can see that.
I would absolutely replace Fog Cloud with Darkness, because again, it covers the same thing but fits better with the understanding of what we're trying to talk about, like the lore.
The only reason is Darkness is a second level spell and this is one of the first level slots.
Oh, gotcha.
So they're trying to find a first level spell to put here. But I do agree that darkness is a great choice.
Yeah.
I want Moonbeam because it's literally the first damage dealing spell that you get here. Pass Without Trace is really good too. But
yeah, I totally get Pass Without Trace. Yeah, I would just say that. Yeah, I mean, Fog Cloud and Fear are the ones that I understand the least, and then second to that would be Spirit Guardians. Everything else I get. I just don't really get those three.
Spirit Guardians, I can Spirit Guardians, yeah. Fear, okay, like maybe you're like one with the shadows, and I don't know how, what do you call it? Ominous the gloaming would be, like this spirit, this energy. Is it sinister? Is it like that's the only reason I could think Fear would be the route we want to go.
Yeah,
with this.
It's again going to like what we're given here. Yeah, I don't know.
I like, okay, so Hikate says they picked Spirit Guardians because druids are still protectors of nature, even during Twilight. So I can feel that you're like bringing forth like spirits of nature to help you protect them even in Twilight, Fear is for the darkness aspect of Twilight. I think I get what you're going for, but I would say I personally don't necessarily associate fear with darkness innately.
Just the fear of darkness.
That could be a thing. So like maybe like the what level is that?
Yeah, that's the thing is I really wish I had like a better
level two, because
I wish I had a better reference for leveled spells, just because I can't think of I just can't think of anything like directly on certain levels, right?
Yeah. Blindness, deafness is a second level. I would like that one too. I think that'd be kind of cool.
That would be interesting. That'd be very interesting, actually.
Because I'd say sensory deprivation is really frightening. Like when you just all of a sudden can't see and or hear, you're almost like, where is anything and or everything?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wish I had like.
Yeah, there's
so many. It's hard to like go through them with with anything. No, this one isn't really about that. It's not about that life. It ain't about that life.
Nope. No.
Hi, buddy.
So I don't know if you really want to give them a smite, but there's theoretically a blinding smite at 3rd level.
It's true.
I could see an excuse for Blink. And Blink is honestly one of my favorite 3rd level spells. You basically just disappear into the ethereal plane and you just hang out there until the start of your next turn.
Yeah.
And then you potentially go there every single turn for a minute. And so like maybe you're just like disappearing into the twilight or into the shadows or whatever. But
yeah, I don't know. I wish I had I wish I had 5th edition spells more readily.
Sure.
I
mean, Daylight's theoretically a 3rd level spell.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Yeah,
might be a little bit too much though. I think with Sunbeam and Moonbeam, but Daylight might be a good one.
It depends on if they're trying to go with a more darker theme or a more lighter theme, right? Like if you're trying to like casting Daylight is not going to be helpful to you if you want to find a place with shadows,
right?
You know what
but
I'm
casting
saying?
Darkness would
Exactly
also a 3rd level spell.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, so moving on to the first ability that we get for second level. So we have Twilight Beast. When you expand a use of wild shape, you may become a Twilight Beast. Any beast your normal wild shape allows, sheathed in scarlet black or moon silver hues. Circle forms. You can choose beast forms with the challenge rating up to 1, matching Circle of the Moon progression thereafter.
Interesting. You get moon progression.
Oh, that's very interesting. I like the nod to it though.
Sure.
So instead of having to come up with your own thing,
yeah.
I would. So for me, how I would run it, this isn't easy for 5th edition. It's like not good at all for 5th edition because there's no real category for these. But what I would do personally.
Is that out here? Apologies, friends.
Hang on one sec. We'll be right back. Fucking stupid. Nothing happened.
Wild. Just wild.
Being dumb. All right.
Back to it then.
So, okay. What I was saying here is, yeah, kind of, but it's nothing. All right. So what do we got here? What I was going to say is what I would do, even though it doesn't really fit lore-wise, or it fits better lore-wise, it just doesn't fit in 5th edition because there's no mechanic for this. I would have put the verbiage that this effect works when you wild shape into a nocturnal beast. Excuse me.
These subsequent abilities that we're gonna get,
like becoming the Twilight Beast, I think I would have just added the flavor that you still needed to be a nocturnal beast, a beast of the night or of that time frame.
Interesting.
Instead of just every creature that you could become gets it. Just something that I would do just to add more into it because I like making those connections deeper. I'm not a big fan that D&D just, if you get something, it's blanket. I don't necessarily like that.
Interesting. Yeah, I understand why that wouldn't want to be something you would want to do all the time. I will say there are times where I feel like the thing that you are is more akin to you, and so like the reason why in this particular scenario all the other beasts would be getting it is because
it's coming from you.
It's flowing from me to them.
Yeah. And I totally get that mindset. It's just for me, it's like that whole you were granted this, so it's like if you're going to become it, you need to embody it in the way that it makes the most sense.
Right.
It's not just I wouldn't mind it to be one of those things where later, like level 10, it affects any.
Yeah.
But at the start, that's just kind of the way that I think about these things, is tying them into that entire lore. Every step in the creation, I feel like should reinforce that concept, and that's just the way that I would think about it. But unfortunately, you really couldn't do that in D&D because that requires like out of game knowledge, and something that's not really
Sure.
categorized in D&D, right?
Yeah, I don't know if like theoretically would I don't know why every time I think of this creature I can't remember its name. The freaking panther with 3 tails.
Oh, Displacer Beast.
Displacer Beast. Like I don't think 5th edition would be able to say is that a nocturnal creature?
Exactly.
Like it could be.
Exactly.
But like
And that's the problem, is that you wouldn't be able to do that. It would just be the DM would have to make a ruling on it.
Sure. Yeah.
And you just kind of have to roll with it. So, yeah. I don't think that would be a viable option. But yeah, so that was just, again, that would just be the way that I would
Fair enough.
have considered doing it, but it works a lot easier when you have your own thing.
Valid.
All right.
Accurate.
Okay, so we get challenge rating 1, and then we follow Circle of the Moon.
Yep.
So first thing we get is Twilight Vitality. Your beast form's flesh is woven from the gloaming. Your beast form hit points equal 6 times your druid's level plus your proficiency bonus.
6 times your druid level plus your proficiency bonus.
So your wild shape
level?
goes 6, 12, 18, 24. It's exponential.
So you have 12 plus 2 at this point. I think you have 2 at level 2. So you got 14 hit points.
In your beast form.
I'm trying to determine. So theoretically, now Hecate, please confirm whether this is meant to be for 2024 or 2014. But in 2014, druids get like their HP is whatever the creature's HP would be. So it could be anywhere from 4 all the way up to like 60, depending on what CR creature you're turning into.
Yeah.
So the question becomes, like, say if I turned into a mouse, I'm getting the exact same hit points as I would if I turned into an elephant.
Yeah.
Right? So if this is for 2024, they did kind of patch that because a lot of people thought druids literally having 2 full health pools, because that's how it worked back then.
Yeah.
Is you would have all of your wild shape, then you would
And then you
bring all that
immediately turn
down,
back, yeah.
and then when you turn back into your normal form, you had full hit points. So like you literally had like 2 health bars that needed to be depleted. So in 2024, they set it up kind of like this. Like I don't know exactly what the conversion is for 2024, but it was basically you had a set amount of hit points when you wild shaped, and it was based upon something that leveled up with you, and so it would increase, and so it would feel.
But it still does the same thing where you still have 2 hit point pools.
No. Like it's I'm pretty confident that when you go down, you go down. You revert back to your form, but you're still down.
Interesting.
When
Okay.
in wild shape. Because I think kind of what they did is I wish I knew the freaking rules better. I think what they did was they gave you temporary hit points on top of your hit points. And you don't
wild shape?
In wild shape. And so you don't like unwild shape when your temporary hit points go away. So you eat into your actual hit points.
I don't mind that. See,
You know what I'm saying?
I've never really understood why wild shaping.
It is 2024.
Yeah.
Okay.
I never understood why wild shaping gave you more hit points. You know what I mean? Like it's like you didn't become
You're still the same creature.
Yeah, it's like it's still you. It's still all of your ability to stay fighting. It's just,
You know what's interesting? How did, like, even in older editions, if you were to polymorph, would it work the same? Like, would you get an entirely new set of hit points, and then when you broke out of your polymorph form, would you still have full hit points? Or is it all your hit points, like in 2nd edition?
I'm pretty sure, well, with polymorph, it depends on which one, remember? Because some of them only gave you, like, the visual aspects, some give you, like, you turn into the full thing.
So my understanding is, like, you can change what you look like, but polymorph actually changes what you are.
Yes.
Like, all of your stats.
But you're
will
talking about the
change.
temporary polymorph, or, so let me double check here. So,
I just know the only the ones that I know of is polymorph and true polymorph. True polymorph lasts forever, and polymorph just lasts for like an hour or something like that.
yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out is are you talking about, like, if after the hour is done, you had less hit points? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm talking about if you're in combat and all of the hit points that you have in your polymorph form disappear. Like you lose all of those hit points and you change back into your normal form. How many hit points do you have?
Gotcha. I'm trying to actually find the second edition version. I have a cat on me right now, and I don't have a quick reference to their second edition's spells.
The class. We're gonna go look at Druid. We're gonna look at Wild Shape real quick.
And we're talking about Polymorph Other, right?
Yes. I mean, is there a difference in
Polymorph Other and Polymorph Self were two different spells?
Interesting. Yeah. They just basically say you can cast Polymorph on yourself or others. It's like a touch spell. So in 5th edition, at least, it's relatively the same. I don't know how different the spells are, but I would assume Other.
Okay.
Well, actually, in this case, it might be Self because we're trying to see if it's akin to Wild Shape.
Okay, so
bonus action, shift beast, known form, incapacitated. Bonus action, number of uses, known forms, game statistics. Game statistics are replaced with the beast.
Why can't I just find the fucking verbiage?
You retain your creature type, hit points, hit die, and proficiency bonus. Okay, so you retain your normal hit points. Addition, no spell casting. Well, 10 hit points. When you assume Wild Shape, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your Druid level. Period. So this is 6 times your Druid level. Holy moly. Well, but this is not temporary hit points. This is your hit points are equal to. Well, in a form, you retain personality and ability to speak. Rules while transformed. While in form, you retain your personality, memories, and ability to speak. And the following rules apply. That's wild. You can just straight up talk in animal form in 2024. In 2024. That's crazy. I'm trying to figure out what happens when you stay in that form a number of hours equal to half your Druid level. Equal to half your Druid level, or until you use your Wild Shape again, have the incapacitated condition, or die. Interesting. So if you get knocked unconscious, you're incapacitated. If they do anything to you that incapacitates you, even hold what? Oh, tell me that's not what Whole Person does. If you can just knock somebody out of their Wild Shape, well, can you do Whole Person on them? Because they're not technically a person when they're wild shaped. But it does say it. Oh, see, this is so fucking wild.
Yeah, I'd have to sit down and do a lot more research because this is one of those ones that just like it really goes into how much lore do you know and how much like how much like individual calls do you need to make for this.
So I will ask.
I'm pretty sure in the old days, I don't think when you got attacked in polymorph, I don't think you had a separate pool of hit points. From what I remember, the whole point was like you could polymorph someone and kill them in polymorph and then they would be dead. Like that was kind of the whole point. And that's why polymorph used to be too strong. Because the ideal would be if you could get someone under polymorph, like basically make them a snail, you would win the fight.
Just step on them and then now you're dead.
Yeah. So as far as I remember, it wasn't like I don't think there was that catch-all where you would do that step on him and then, oh, well, back to normal. Like, I don't think it was like that.
Yeah.
I don't remember it being like that, but I would have to do some more research on second edition polymorph because it's been a minute.
Fair enough. So Hecate, if you could give us a little bit of 2024 perspective, because I haven't actually got to play in 2024 or mess with druids or see how druids function in 2024, but with the way that this druid that you are creating is supposed to work, when these 6x druid level plus proficiency bonus hit points are fully drained, are fully, you've been hit, you've been taken out, whatever the case may be, what happens to that druid? Do they revert back to their normal form with 0 hit points, or do they revert back to their normal form with full hit points? That would be my first question.
I think so. They did say it's 2024, so I'm pretty sure that means they dropped to 0.
But that I'm still trying to read that. I'm not sure if that's exactly how that works.
Okay. We're just trying to confirm if 24 drops you to 0 in your normal form.
I want to confirm that's how 2024 works, because reading this, it doesn't exactly say. It says whenever you get the incapacitated condition. So I'm assuming when you would drop those, you would get incapacitated, but I still want to know what your hit points are going to be when you turn back.
Right. And it doesn't just say when reverting back or when coming out of it.
No.
Because what happens when you turn it off? Like, you can turn it off normally, so that should tell you what happens when you come out of, like, it should have some sort of mechanic that says when you come out of the form.
So here's what it says. It says you stay in the form for a number of hours equal to half your druid level, or until you use the wild shape again, or have the incapacitated condition, or you die.
Okay, so any of those, basically, go to 0, die, or change. Gotcha.
Yes. You also have the form. You also leave the form early as a bonus action. I can just turn it off if I want to.
Right.
But that's all it says. You have a number of uses. So
what does 24 say about the hit points when you transform?
So it says rules while transformed. While in form, you retain your personality, memories, ability to speak, and the following rules apply. Temporary hit points. When you assume a wild shape, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your druid level.
Okay.
Right? So if you're level 2, you get 2 temporary hit points. That's it. Game statistics. Your game statistics are replaced by the beast's stat block, but you retain your creature type, hit points, hit die, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores.
Okay, so that tells me all I need to know. You do not have 2 different pools. When you come back, regardless of how, when you come back to human form, you will have the exact hit points that you had when you were in form. So if you have 50 hit points and you transform and you get 55, and you take 30 points of damage, and then you change in any way whatsoever, you have 25, or you have 20.
Sure. You have whatever's left.
Yeah, and that's it. It doesn't change. It doesn't because the fact that it's saying is you don't change your hit points, but they only add temporary.
Yes,
means that it's one pool. There is no separate pool.
Yes.
If you come back with 0, you come back with 0. If you come back with 20, you come back with 20. That's it. I would assume you also lose the temporary. I would assume that means you can't abuse it. Shape shift, shape back, and retain that free HP, that free temporary HP. I think that HP is only meant to be in wild shape form. And thus, when you come back, you lose it if you had it. If you took no damage, you wouldn't get to then keep the temp HP.
So, okay.
That's my interpretation of it based on the way it listed that stuff out. It sounds like it's 1 HP pool, and the temp HP is only there to benefit you in the form.
So I'm actually curious, because what if when, for whatever reason, say you wanted to be a barbarian, or not a barbarian, you wanted to be like what are they called? A Goliath. You maxed out your constitution, you took the tough feat, and you've just got a stupid health pool.
Yeah.
As a druid, right? You wild shape, and somehow 6 times your druid level plus your proficiency bonus is less than your normal maximum. Yep.
I think that's what Cart was trying to say. For higher level creatures, like how do you justify certain creatures actually having more hit points? So I think this would be read better if this was just a recalculation for temp HP.
So instead of just getting your druid level of temp HP, you got 6 times your druid level of temp HP.
It's a lot, but again, I hate the idea that you only get equal your level in temp HP. That's stupid. Like the best I'm ever going to get is 20 temp HP? Fuck off. Yeah. At 20th level, I get 28. Oh, thank you. I can handle.
That's one hit.
That's like a quarter of a hit at 20th level. That, like, dude, you're gonna sneeze on me for 20 HP.
Yeah.
Give me 6 times temp HP. I lose it when I shape back. that would make this thing feel better.
I do. I think
Actually, even if you did, it's like, I know that this would be harder to do, but even if you wanted to do 10 times it's CR, because, eventually you get to get bigger CRs.
Sure.
So, when you get 1 CR creatures, you get 10 temp HP. But if you can eventually get a 4 CR, you get 40 temp HP.
6 times druid level is 20. Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like just altering this to be temp HP to go more in line with regular druid shape, so it's the same health pool, makes more sense than trying to hold on to this double health pool. Because it sounds like what we're trying to do is give it its own health pool. And what I would much rather is it just beef you out.
Yes.
That's what I would rather see it do. Oh, the Moon Druid has temp HP.
Moon Druid has temp HP?
So they didn't want to basically make it the same.
Oh, the 2024 Moon Druid has temp HP? Hold on. Well, all the druids have temp HP here, but let me look at Moon specifically. Circle of the Moon.
So yeah, I would just say that I don't know about trying to keep it with its own health pool, because I think that there's just complications that arise later down the road.
Circle of the Moon 2024 does 3 times your druid level of temp HP.
When you wild shape?
When you wild shape.
Interesting.
So if they were to do that, it would just be either 3 times as much or 6 times as much. So they were just trying to mix it up a little bit, which I get.
Yeah, you don't want them to be the exact same. So in that particular case, why focus on HP? Why not oh, here would be something interesting. So if you don't, so the balance of, you take away the Moon Druid's ability to have high HP, but what if you gave it something like it does a multiplier of damage equal to like your strength modifier or something?
Oh, interesting.
So it wouldn't last as long on the battlefield, but it'd be a much heavier hitter.
Interesting.
I'm just curious.
Okay.
If the problem with the Moon Druid is just its HP, what else could we play with the Twilight that would give
would make it give it its own flavor?
Yeah. Because
Okay.
I'm struggling seeing how this different pool would work, but I see that we don't want to be with the Moon Druid. So I would just almost suggest, what else could you enhance that a Druid never gets? Other than HP, right? What else can a Druid benefit from?
That's fair. Like, do an extra damage.
Even give it more AC. Like, why not boost its AC? Because it's in the Twilight, it's harder to hit, it's harder to see.
The Moon Druid does do that.
Oh, they also...
The Moon Druid also, they have, you get your AC equals 13 plus your Wisdom modifier.
In your form?
In your yeah, that's what your armor class becomes. So like in your normal form, your AC is whatever your AC is, but when you transform, it's 13 plus your Wisdom modifier, which could be pretty decent. I mean, if you got a 20 AC, that's what, 19?
Yeah.
No, 18. 18, yeah.
Interesting. Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind. All right, so the next one we have the Aura of Glooming. For 1 minute after you transform, a 10-foot radius veil of dusk surrounds you. Within this veil, non-magical bright light counts as dim light, and dim light counts as darkness for your circle features. The veil does not create magical darkness or impede sight.
So this aura is strictly for the purposes of your features. This is not actual change in the light. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. It's only for its own features. Yes.
It's only for its own features. Okay.
So that's also an interesting point. Hecate is pointing out that the Twilight Vitality is completely optional. So that's not automatic when you transform. It's a choice.
Oh, so if your personal hit points are better, then you keep your personal hit points. But if they're not better, then you take this.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that, because it really relies on the build to whether or not this is going to be useful. Again, because if I can build my way out of this being useful, then I don't want it on. I wouldn't use, like, you know what I mean? It's like this. It's kind of like the things that you bring up, right? Like, why would I choose something that isn't going to be used, right? So I feel like if you can build your way around it, then it kind of hurts it a little bit, because again, min-maxers would do that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like the idea that they have a choice. Like sometimes if it's part of the subclass, I kind of want that to be its thing. So therefore, that needs to be the balance. Is like you don't get a choice when you're doing the subclass. That's what you get.
That's what this subclass
and
does.
If it's not and again, because it can apply to every single creature, then why not limit it to certain types of creatures? Like it's just this. It's an on or off thing that only benefits me when I need more health than I currently have. You know, it just seems like I'm not really sure it works quite right.
Sure.
As it reads, because it's a very situational. Like I can use this to benefit me in certain situations, but once it's no longer a benefit, I'll never use it again.
Yeah,
because is this going to be something that's going to benefit me throughout all 20 levels, or is it only an early game kind of thing?
Now, it's interesting because I think because this is specifically a subclass feature, it is. Would you read this as that health change is on top of the temporary hit points that you normally get in your base druid class? Because base druid, you get your level of in your base druid, you get your level of temporary hit points. This says nothing about temporary hit points.
Yeah, this is just a stack.
When you were to take this 6 times your druid level plus proficiency bonus, would you also get your level of temporary hit points on top of that? The way you read this,
I don't think so. And it looks like Hecate is trying to say that the design was you're intentionally choosing to do this to take less HP in order for you to get the Twilight Beast abilities. So like if you, like Hecate's example, if you were to choose a brown bear, that would naturally have more HP for a regular druid than the Twilight brown bear. But you're doing the Twilight brown bear with less HP to get the Twilight brown bear with Twilight abilities.
So you only do this specific type of Twilight Beast when you want the Twilight abilities.
When you want the Twilight Beast traits, which we haven't gotten to yet.
Got you.
And so so regardless of what you choose, you may end up getting less health than you normally would have because you're activating the Twilight abilities, not the Wild Shape abilities.
Interesting. Okay. I'll have to see how well these abilities balance out that.
Yeah, and that's where again, like it just makes me still want to think like, why isn't it based on what I choose? You know what I mean? Like it feels like it should be certain animals that get
interesting.
You know, that's why I'm just like I lean more into that for the narrative purpose.
Okay.
So let's see what these abilities are. So active when you are in dim light or darkness. So basically, so whenever you're in a Twilight form and you are in dim light or darkness, the following abilities will apply. And you get that 1 minute of darkness once you've transformed. You get an automatic 1 minute.
Yes.
It's a very interesting way to do that. To be completely honest, I'm not sure why. Like it's like you're solving your own problem.
Yeah, especially if it's not affecting the world around you and it's just for you and it's just for the purposes of being a Twilight Beast. Why not just say these work for the first minute? Because that's what you're saying. Is that they work for the first minute.
And if I'm gonna be in that for longer than a minute, then I need something that's natural. But like, I don't know. I don't know if that, because like you transform, you automatically get the benefit. But for RP purposes, well, let's see if these have any RP purposes. Because I'm trying to think of like,
sure.
Outside of combat, after a minute, I'd have to have real dim light or darkness.
And the only other thing I can really think of is like somebody could intentionally do things to subvert what you're doing, even though this doesn't change it. Like imagine if somebody casts like the daylight spell or casts some sort of spell that like would remove you from it, then you wouldn't get these abilities. So it's like there's some strategy in like how you maintain these abilities or something like that. But again, then it just feels like you're fighting to protect yourself from downsides. Okay, you know what I mean?
So while you're in your Twilight Beast and you are in dim or darkness, which you will be for the first minute.
Sure.
You can hide as a bonus action, and you have advantage on stealth checks.
You have advantage to hide as a bonus action.
Yes.
Okay.
And Edge of Dusk. Once on each of your turns, when you hit with a natural weapon attack, it deals extra radiant or necrotic, your choice when you transform, equal to your wisdom modifier, minimum 1.
Okay. I like having extra damage. Extra damage is great.
It's not a lot though.
It's stealth. I mean, it is level 2, so you're not trying to be crazy powerful.
I mean, the scale. I'm just trying to think of like, how is that going to, again, I have to choose to
Yeah.
do this over what, so again, if I chose a brown bear, how much, like, is doing 1 extra point for my wisdom, an extra 5 points of necrotic or radiant, is that worth having my brown bear not have as much HP? Like using the example that we were given.
Sure.
That's where I'm trying to be like, is that going to scale properly for damage? Because that doesn't sound like enough. If the ability is for me to be able to dodge, I love that. I love the ability to hide and dodge and all of that, right? That's great.
Sure.
I just don't know if this, like, and it's only once per turn on one of my natural attacks. I'm giving up a lot for not a lot of extra damage output. I hope that this upgrades, because I just don't know.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations where after level 5, when am I going to choose to do this? I don't think an extra 5 points of damage, if my wisdom was maxed out, is that really worth me giving up the better creatures later down the road? Yeah, I can get up to CR1, but I'm just not sure.
I would, if we're going to do extra damage, like, I would even give you a die roll plus your wisdom modifier, even at second level, like a 4, like a D4. Start at a D4 and then have it upgrade as you go or something like that. You know, like I wouldn't be mad at that, because imagine if I had an extra D10 of damage that I was doing for each one of my attacks when I finally got to level 20 or
that
something
would feel
like
better.
that.
That would feel better. I mean? Yeah, I'm down for that. I think that would feel better, because again, like the hide actions is great. I just, unless this upgrades, I don't know what I'm really getting. Because I think about how most people play like beast form, and more often than not, it's meant to be a tank. Like, I feel like more often than not, people use the wild shape of a druid.
So you can get into melee and actually do stuff.
Yeah.
Because most of the time, most wild shapes are not going to be ranged attacks.
That's why I'm like, I love the hide in the bonus as a bonus action. Like, that's cool.
Yep.
But I'm not doing much once I'm there, and then I'm not going to last as long. So if I'm not going to last as long face to face, I kind of want to do more damage when I'm up there. And I don't think a little bit of radiant and a little bit of necrotic, is going to be, and honestly too, because you're a Twilight beast, I would love it if this was a die roll plus your modifier split between the 2 damage types.
So
all I'm saying, because how many things are going to be resistant or immune to both?
This is very
the fact
true.
that you walk the line between them. Give me
I do kind of like that.
Give me a D4.
I do kind of like that.
Give me a D4 or D6 dice roll plus my wisdom modifier, and the damage is split between radiant and necrotic, and you choose on time of hit which one gets the extra if there's an odd number.
Sure.
That to me sounds like I would want to do that.
So I will say this, just with everything that we feel like we're trying to give you for this, because realistically, I don't think, no matter what you turn into, being able to hide as a bonus action is super realistic. And there's going to be plenty of creatures that you could turn into that your mental stats may stay the same, but your physical stats do not. So imagine you turn into a creature with like a 2 dexterity or a -4 dexterity. You're still, you get advantage, but you get advantage with a -4. So for me, what feels really good, or what feels like would work here, is instead of trying to apply all of this Twilight Beast stuff to your wild shape, make your Twilight Beast its own form. Make it be a specific form that you have. Like, you turn into a Twilight Beast, and that Twilight Beast can be a certain type of shape. It can be quadrupedal, it could be bipedal, it could be a snake type thing. Like maybe you get to choose its form, but it is specifically a Twilight Beast that has specific stats, right? Kind of like when you God bless America. When you
I see where you're going. I like that so much more than trying to apply these traits to different creatures, because each creature has its own benefit. And to try to apply a single balance to all potential choices, I do like the idea that the Twilight Beast itself would have all of these things that make it different than any other beast you could choose, right?
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
And I'll say, I can understand why Hecate might not have wanted to do that, just because there are other druid subclasses that have done that type of thing, that have created their own form, like the Wildfire Druid. You can turn into a wildfire, or no, you actually don't turn into one. You summon a Wildfire Spirit, so it's actually separate from you.
Yeah.
So even that's a little bit different, but
I kind of like the idea though of like a dedicated form instead of traits, because I think the thing for me is like, as a player, am I going to want to go through every option either in game or, you know, like while we're playing or when we're not playing? You'd almost have to like apply this math to every creature that you could turn into to kind of get an idea of how would this benefit, because it isn't easy math to decide, well, this creature is going to be good with the extra damage but the less health because it can do.
Sure.
But no, I'll do this creature instead because with the extra. No, this needs the extra health. So I feel like it's too much to ask the player to run this kind of math tactically without knowing ahead of time, like, these are the creatures I would use. And if that's the case, if there's going to be a select amount of creatures that would benefit the most, then it seems like you should just average that out and make its own creature type, right? Like your own form. Because again, if there are creatures that this doesn't make any sense for, then why even add that as an option?
So Hecate is saying that the dedicated form feels restricted. And I understand the concept of it feeling restricted, but my question would be,
that's any form.
What would you want to be able to do? Like the mindset, okay, I have this thing with these abilities and I wanted to apply it to the creature that I am. What creature would you want to apply it to? What stats would you want to apply it to? What scenario are you imagining that, hey, I'm not going to be able to do this thing?
Yeah, because just to be honest, with what we get so far, and again, we haven't seen if this upgrades or does anything else, but just as it reads, I can't imagine that this is going to be a good choice for every option. So the less choices there are that this makes sense for, the harder I have an understanding of how that like says that it's too restrictive. I mean, if I choose a brown bear, I'm restrictive. I can't fly. I can't swim. I'm restricted if I choose a snake. I don't have arms. You know, it's like anything you choose is restrictive. So the idea that making a dedicated form that gives you all of the bonus abilities,
you could even make it like a selection of forms. You could have one that has all the
a flying version, a swimming version, a land version. Like, but yeah, I feel, and this is 100% my personal opinion here, but this is where I've always felt like this idea of analysis paralysis, too many choices. There's too much that players want. They want everything to be able to apply to everything. There's too much of this, but I love this ability, but I want to be able to selectively choose when that ability activates. And it's like, that's not always how it should be. I don't think it's a problem to tell people, hey, if you want these abilities, this is the package it comes in. I feel like it almost hurts this build to say it can go anywhere. Because again, a player has to sit there and tactically try to figure out, is this math going to work for the form that I choose? And I feel that more often than not, I could be wrong, but a player who plays this is just going to be like, I'm just going to use it on these two. These are the two things I'm going to use it on. I'm not even going to bother.
I feel like that's likely what a character would probably do. It's like, I see this, like somebody who wants to play this, somebody who wants to not necessarily min-max, but like optimize. Okay, this is my build. Like everybody, whenever you play a warlock, whenever you play any kind of thing, you settle into your build. You settle into like the key things that you use, you know? Like, you know, when you're a warlock, you rock your Eldritch Blast. When I'm a druid, one of my favorite things to do is spike growth, right? Like everybody has like their go-to thing. Now, yeah, you can do other things if the situation calls for it, but you have your go-to thing.
Go on, bud.
Now,
mom's home.
Now the question is, what are you gonna do?
Oh, I can sit up.
With your go-to things. I understand the flexibility that you're looking for, Hecate. Like you want to be able to do different things. You want to be able to go different places and like use it in a variety of different ways. But if you're really trying to diversify, is this going to be helpful in all those diversified situations and scenarios? Does that kind of make sense? Like, yeah. Like, am I going to be wanting to use this ability? And if that's the case, can we give them a selection of forms to choose from?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind having like a flyer, a land base, a water base, like those make sense.
You know, and you can just like genericize some of the stats for them, you know?
Yeah, but it's the math. It's just having to, as the player, decide in the moment, like, oh, I'm gonna wild shape. But it's like, am I going to spend the time to do this to every possible outcome?
Sure.
Or am I just going to pick the top 5?
And I will also say this, to Hecate's point, this is just something that I thought of. What forms that you would make sense for you to be able to turn into and use at level 2 might not be the same forms that you're going to want to be using at level 20. So I can understand, like, if you were to have created a dedicated form, you would at the very least want that dedicated form to have a way to scale with you.
Has to.
So and that might be a challenge that we would have to find a way to tackle in order to make a dedicated form work. So I can understand this might be a more realistic solution, less rule heavy solution than creating, all right, this is how the dedicated form levels up with you, and whenever you get this level, then you get these new stats and all. So I do get that, and I just it's hard for me to figure out, like, okay, yes, you're wreathed in this darkness.
I also don't know how this would, again, just kind of simplifying the language. I still don't know how great of an option these are out of combat. Like, other than being able to hide with advantage. It's just cleaning up the language of that whole. You get it for a minute, but only in these situations. It's just like, is that necessary to make this work, or could you just say
things, you could just have the ability to do these things in this form?
Yeah, exactly. Would it be easier to just say you don't need that extra step of you have this aura, but then if you don't have this aura after a minute, then you can go out of your way to find it. Just say you can do it. Just like it would be so much easier that in this Twilight form, you just do it. Another way to do this before we move on, this one won't really work because it would be way too situational, but it would be a fun idea in the story. Like, as a story, it works. As a game mechanic, it doesn't.
Okay.
But having this have those abilities activate during those times of day, like have like a 2 or 3 hour period on either side of the day, like narratively speaking, that these abilities would activate during the gloaming, either in the morning or at night. Be impossible to really regulate that as a DM.
Sure.
And properly unfold that into a story. But narratively speaking, that sounds kind of cool.
I do really like that.
Because you just really couldn't make that work.
Like it's kind of like the werewolf full moon type deal. Like,
exactly.
Like every time this is happening and you transform, like, it's almost like theoretically, would a werewolf change if it were underground in a dungeon when the full moon came out?
Depends on the lore, most likely not, because most of them need the actual moon. It's not a cycle, it's the actual moonlight that triggers it. But it depends on your lore. Some it's a cycle and therefore it doesn't matter. Others it's the actual moon.
Yeah.
And that's why if
it's just the light, then why wouldn't it work on a half moon? You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't it be every time the moon is out?
It's kind of like charging a battery. It's just not enough. You need the full breadth trigger.
Sure.
And that's why there's that whole trope about they're locked up and then it's like that little sliver of the moon comes through the window and then they transform. But they didn't do it 3 hours ago when the moon came up. It was only when they finally saw it in the window.
But yeah, no, I do like that idea, and I definitely think there's
it just wouldn't work in the game. It sounds cool in the story. Yeah. You really couldn't make that like a mechanic, but okay, so we'll see if the Prowl and the Edge of Dusk upgrade, because right now my hardest thing is just understanding from the player's point of view when to know when to use this, and is that extra 5 points of damage with so much less life.
Sure.
When is that going to benefit me if it doesn't upgrade? But I still will say my number one, like, I'm not going to give this one up. I would love split damage. I still think split damage sounds better.
Oh, so
let me roll for some damage in this form, and then it splits equally between radiant and necrotic. I just think that sounds fucking cool. Nothing does anything like that in D&D, and it would just subvert everything.
I have an interesting question for you. How do you think it would work, or would it even be possible to do double damage? Meaning, it's not doing like the damage it does is both necrotic and radiant. Or with that.
Oh, I got it. So if I rolled a d6 and I did 4, it's going to do 4, but it counts as both?
It counts as both. So like the
still 4
damage
points total.
type, it's still 4 points total, but the damage type counts as both. So when it comes to something like resistance,
it would just pass right through.
It would only work if you were resistant to both.
Yeah,
would it resist it? And it would only be immune if you were immune to both.
You could do that. I mean, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. I just think that mechanically speaking, D&D 5th edition would have a problem with that because every damage has to have a type. So I think it would want each individual hit point.
Want it.
I think D&D 5e would say it needs each individual point needs to be assigned.
Mm-hmm.
I love the idea of doing both simultaneously. Mm-hmm. I just think that makes sense from a god point of view. Definitely makes sense. You know, godly like weapon or something like that. I think you could narratively have it. I just think 5th edition would want each point individually assigned.
Mm-hmm. Bet.
All right, well, let's see what else we get because that was only at level 2. Moving on to level 6, we have the Umbral Predator. The shadows answer your every step and empowers your strikes. You get Shadow Stride. While in dim light or darkness, you can use 10 feet of movement to teleport up to 30 feet to another space in dim light or darkness. Doesn't have to be connected. Basically, you're just doing a shadow jump or a shadow walk. Until the end of your next turn, you have advantage on the first attack you make. You can use Shadow Stride a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier, minimum 1. You regain all expended uses when you finish a short or long rest. So basically, 10 feet of movement lets you move up to your whole movement, basically, as long as you go from shadow to shadow.
But it only costs you 10 feet of your movement.
Yeah, so you can basically go 90 feet if you were to boom, boom, boom. It says you can do this a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier, but it doesn't say it takes an action economy. So it says
you're just using your movement.
So if I can go 10, 10, 10, and I can go 30, 30, 30, I can go 90 feet. I don't get 3 times the advantage. I just get advantage once.
You know what I love about this? It works in both your forms. It works shifted or not.
Yeah.
I love that that's the case.
I think that's a great move.
Absolutely.
This also makes it interesting, too, if you have multi-attack.
Yeah.
Jump attack, jump attack, jump attack, because, again, it only takes your movement. And then it says until the end of your next turn. So you could read that as it only procs once.
I would say that it don't.
Because it could,
but see, here's what I would say though.
Because it says and it also says first attack. It says first attack.
Yeah, it does say first attack.
So if you have multi-attack, technically,
if you use it more than once, I would say you get a new first attack.
I wouldn't call it a first attack because the way that D&D very, very specifically classifies attacks and rounds, it would have to say the next attack.
And here's why I would say it does. And this is more lore-wise than rules as written-wise, because I'm using the ability again. I'm theoretically going somewhere where the other person doesn't know where I am.
I got you. I think it would have to say on the next attack. Therefore, it doesn't matter when you do it, but because it's the first one, it has to be at the start of your turn. It has to be before you've done any other attacks. Because once you've made an attack, it's no longer your first attack. You're not
So you would say if I did an attack on my turn, then use this ability for the first time, and then did another attack, it would not proc.
Technically, yes. As I read it, because it says first attack, it has to be done at the start of your turn. It has to be the first thing you do before you attack.
I'm curious.
I would just say if Hecate
to clarify the terminology for sure.
But I would just say that if it's not meant to work that way, change first to next.
Okay.
Because then it works anytime.
Okay.
I don't have to make it before my round. And it would allow me to say I can proc it 3 times in a round, right? Because as long as it's until the end of your next turn, your next attack. Because that means I can delay it as long as I want. And if I proc it a second time, my next attack still counts.
Yeah.
I think next is the stronger version.
And I agree.
I think first just kind of muddles it.
I feel like and Hecate, please tell me what the intent was, but I definitely agree that if it is, see, that's so crazy. On the first attack,
just first attack. So it is just the first attack. So you don't get to proc it multiple times.
And if you attack before you use it, it doesn't work. See, that's
correct. So I think for a stronger attack, it should say next.
Personally, I don't like that. I just lore wise, I don't like that. When we talking about like the rules as written versus the lore, like it doesn't feel like it makes sense to restrict it to only the first attack on your turn, rather than just being able to do it the second after you use this ability. Because using this ability, I feel like the reason why it even allows you to do this in the first place is because you're just getting advantage on attack, right?
Yeah.
And it's because you're catching them off guard. Like, they don't know where you're at. You work here, now you're somewhere else. They don't expect you to just pop out of a shadow, out of a wall behind them for no freaking reason.
And that's why I wouldn't even mind it, is if Hecate doesn't want the chance to proc multiple times, like that's the concern. Just say you can use this once.
You can use this ability once per turn.
And it's only on the next attack. So until the end of the round, it's on the next attack. This can be used once per once per turn.
Sure.
That would mean that you can only use it once, but you can use it whenever you want. As long as you haven't used your movement.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I 100% agree. Forcing it to the very beginning of your turn, kind of takes away a lot of the tacticalness of it, and it doesn't make it seem correct in lore. Like, I don't understand why I have to start the round, because every 6 seconds you're telling me that it's just every 6 seconds they got a beat on me, and if I don't do it immediately.
Well, it's just like I can do a bunch of other stuff on my turn, but if it's not the first attack, like I can use my bonus action to do other things like hide or whatever, but unless it's the first attack that I make, and unless I do this ability before I make my first attack, you're not going to do anything. Like, I mean,
I would love the idea. Like, I love the idea of some sort of ability to like stack this, be able to move, attack.
Mm-hmm.
But that would just be like, if you were in darkness or just fighting at night, it would just be too powerful. Like, you're basically guaranteed to always have that as long as there's darkness, because you would just jump. Like, you could just basically, now granted you could because you have to move 10 feet.
I don't mind it because you have limited uses.
It also doesn't say that you actually move, you just teleport. So this doesn't even proc opportunity attack. You're gone. There is no opportunity attack. You just teleport at a sacrifice of 10 feet. So if you make a ranged fighter,
it does say teleport. Yeah.
If you make a ranged fighter, you basically will never be like cornered, because you can just teleport away and then immediately fire with advantage. Ranged. So having,
dude, imagine multi-classing into rogue with this thing, with this ability right here. Shoot, you popping sneak attacks for days, bro.
Sneak attacks for days. So yeah, maybe it would be too powerful to do it more than once. But I would say, instead of the first attack, just say it could be procced once per turn.
Well,
and it's
sneak attack only procs once per round.
I'm just saying, just this ability. Just it needs to say once per turn, and it procs on the next attack, not the first. I think that would clean it up, and it would make it. I think it would make a lot more fun. I kind of want the choice of when to use this and when to surprise the enemy.
I will say personally, I still don't mind being able to use it multiple times in a turn, just because somebody like the barbarian can use reckless attack and all of their attacks have advantage just because I'm angry. So like having advantage multiple times isn't crazy to me in a turn, especially because if I'm using, like, the barbarian doesn't have to use any resources to do that. It can do it every single turn if it wants to. Yes, it's got the disadvantage of having advantage against him, but this, you're using up resources to do it. Mm-hmm. You're only going to be able to, basically you're saying I can get advantage on an attack 3 to 5 times, right? Based upon my wisdom modifier, right? And per short rest, you're going to want to play with those resources. You're not going to just blow your load.
How would you feel about this? What if this was split into 2 different abilities? What if one ability was, as long as you're in dim light, you can use 10 feet to jump 30, to teleport 30.
Okay.
That you can use as much as you want.
Okay.
A second ability is when you teleport once per turn, you can have advantage on your next attack. So 2 different abilities. You can teleport 3 times around, but you only get the 1 advantage attack. What if that kind of split the difference? Instead of having it just be, because again, having like the rogue have like 3 guaranteed sneak attacks, all of that could be really bad. But if I could teleport 3 times and give me good command of the battlefield, but only one of those grants me the opportunity attack at my choice. Just I can only proc it once, the opportunity attack, or the advantage.
So
would that make it any better?
I will say this. And this is something that I feel like should be articulated regardless, but I do kind of like the split ability. You have to be attacking from dim light or darkness. Because the way this reads, I can teleport, walk into the middle of the light, and still have advantage. Right?
So you can use 10 feet of movement, teleport up to 30 to another space in dim light or darkness until the end of your new advantage of the first attack you make.
There's nothing stopping me from moving it.
While remaining in. Yeah, you should technically. But I guess that's the whole point, though, is like you just teleport across the room. Doesn't mean that they can see you. The fact is, you're not in a position that they were expecting to guard from.
Sure.
So I can understand why you don't need to remain in darkness. It's just
if I walk in front of somebody's face, if I walk out in the open in the middle of the room.
But again, they're not. Again, within seconds, they see you, but they're not ready to. They're not actively defending.
Sure, it is still your turn. Okay, that's fair enough.
That's how I can justify not needing the light. Because again, if you and I are like face to face, and I just appear 2 feet to my right, and then I throw a punch, that's a moment you're not ready for. Sure. Even if I'm 2 feet away and I'm like literally from here to here, that's enough of a what the fuck just happened for me to punch you. Again, it's not going to be like a great thing, and you're not going to you're going to immediately recover. I just don't know if a teleport. I could justify a teleport being a
fair enough, especially depending on how far you go or whatever or whatnot.
Okay, I like it. I like Shadow Stride. I just think it's the first attack is the problem. I think just limiting it to forcing it on the first attack of the round is the problem.
Okay.
Whether or not it's intended to be used multiple times, or whether or not you could split it up to teleport multiple times and only attack once, that's just I think that's superfluous to the ability. I think the ability is cool. I just think it suffers from forcing me to only ever use it on my first attack, especially if I have multi-attack.
Got you.
That's my only concern for that one.
Okay.
We also get Eclipsing Fang. Natural weapon attack you make in Twilight Beast form counts as magical for overcoming resistance and immunity. That's totally normal.
Cool. Yeah. I think that might also be
because only in Twilight form. So this is their Twilight form overcomes magical.
Hold on, I have to look at 2024.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Because I think base druid gets that at some point. At some point. I think it might be later than 6th level, but
6th level is pretty dope. Especially for your Twilight form, that would make it a lot better.
Radiance
does make the damage feel, does make that extra damage better. I would say, this is where I would want the increase in damage again. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm going to now be able to do magical damage, I want the increase in the amount, not just the wisdom modifier.
Fair.
Like, at this point, it could be twice your wisdom modifier. Now that you can do magical damage, this is 4 levels later, give me twice my wisdom modifier. And, and then another level, give me 3 times my wisdom modifier in the radiant necrotic damage.
Dude, I'm not mad at that. Instead of like rolling dice.
Yeah. So heck, there's an option for you is just when you have your Twilight form that does the wisdom modifier, just every now and again on a different level up, just add a multiplier to that. Because now I should be doing more than 5 points of damage. If I have a 5 modifier, I could be doing 10 points of radiant damage. Why not? Only level 6.
Valid.
That's not a huge amount. Yeah. Do you guys have any abilities that let you manipulate the darkness or shadow to teleport another creature in the shadows, or at least another shadow? Are you asking like for our personal ones? Because yes, I have a bunch of different types of shadow magic, teleportation, being able to utilize, not just because most magic I think in D&D is like you can use the shadows yourself, but I've definitely dipped into the idea that you can use the shadows against other people. Like, okay, I got one dude that can just kick you into a shadow and you'll just fall out of another one. Like, he could just use that to fuck with you.
Just basically portal status.
Yeah, he could just kind of use those at his advantage. He's just powerful enough of a user, so it's kind of fun for that. I also like the idea, like, I love psionics. They have the control light where you can do a whole bunch with it, but I have always thought about doing some sort of like dark photonic magic where it's like the anti-photon. It's basically, you know how like when you play certain sounds, you can play a sound and then play another sound and they cancel each other out so you don't hear anything.
Interesting. Yeah.
I kind of want to have a magic that does that for light. So instead of it just being I make light darker, I actually change light from dark. I actually change the photons to mess with you. So it's not just I'm making less photons. I'm actually filling your eyes with dark photons to where I'm canceling everything else out.
Interesting.
So I'm actually feeding you darkness. And then in that particular case, you know, like dark sight doesn't work. Like, you know, dark vision doesn't work because there's no low light. I'm actually replacing the light. It's not dark vision because, or it's not darkness because darkness just removes the photons.
Yeah.
But this is actually feeding you exact opposite. It's feeding you the cancellation of photons.
Very interesting.
Meaning that it's a completely different, like, I've thought about doing something like that, but I've never implemented it.
Interesting. Okay. No, I like this concept. I do like that concept.
Yeah, dark photonic magic would be really interesting because it gives you the chance to do different things by manipulating light, but because you're saying it's done in a different way, I think you have more that you can do.
Sure.
Because you're not limited to the limitation of light. It's not about taking light away. It's about adding darkness. It's about adding the fact that you can't. It's almost like I'm individually blinding every little photon that comes at you or something.
Sure.
So yeah, weird idea. A guarantee extra 20 flat damage for multi-attack is strong. I mean,
yes, it is. But you want to be strong later levels. Like, imagine if you don't get that until level 20, right?
Yeah.
Now,
because right now we're only talking about twice your wisdom modifier. I mean, even if you're at 5, you're only getting 10.
Yeah,
like, you're only getting 10 points. Even if you go to triple, you're only gonna get 15.
The question is, how often do you get that though?
What? How often do you get what?
That extra damage. Is that every attack?
It
deals extra necrotic or radiant damage equal to. So
yeah.
Anything. So I'm thinking of this. This is raw damage, right?
Yeah.
If
it's only the natural weapon. It's only your bite or your claw. It's only
I will say
in
wild shape, almost everything's going to be a natural weapon. Like, so it's any of their attacks. And so if they have multi-attack, right? Then, and both of those attacks hit at 10, that's 20 damage on that turn that's 20 raw damage, flat
on
damage.
Top of whatever you get.
On top of whatever you get. And again, when I hit level 20, might I have something that has 3 attacks in a turn with natural weapons? Could I potentially, like, imagine it got all the way up to 20 damage each? Like, what it was 60 points of just raw.
I'll tell you this, it would guarantee I'm always choosing Twilight. Guaranteed I'm always going into Twilight form. Like, again, the whole point of a subclass is for you to be encouraged to use it.
I mean, very much so.
Like, that would literally be the selling point.
But I want to know, like, does it feel like it fully outclasses? Like, if you were side by side with another druid, would it just be like, yeah, this druid's doing nothing compared to the Twilight druid? Like, would it feel like so crazy that it's like these other people are fully dwarfed by what you can do here?
Right. I mean, it doesn't have to be every attack either. It could just be once per turn you can do twice your wisdom modifier extra. Like, again, their way would be, it doesn't have to be every single attack that does it.
I agree. I feel like that would be a good balance if it wasn't like every single attack.
Because I can see why 20, like a flat, I see why that flat each attack feels bad, but even just an extra 5 per attack doesn't feel great though either. Like,
if I had 3 attacks and each one did an extra 5 damage, so like I'm already getting
flat 15.
Yeah, a flat 15.
That's like not a lot of damage at level 20. That's what you see what I'm saying is like, it kind of fails on both ends of the spectrum because a flat 5 doesn't feel like it's enough ever. But you're right, a flat 20 for multi-attack does feel like a lot. But we're talking about druids. Druids don't usually get to be heavy hitters. And I'm sacrificing having a shit ton of HP. I'm forcing myself to this limited HP in this form for the benefit of using this.
Which means that I might not be able to stay in this form the whole time.
Yeah, you're not gonna, and if this form goes down, so do you. So, it's not the old school 2014 druid where you go down, you leave, and then you just reshape. You're down. So all of that extra, I 100% think that yes, you should be doing an extra 10 points each hit because, or why not? Because you're not going to be able to do that many. You're just not going to be able to withstand the same amount of time another druid would. You're basically being like a temporary barbarian druid, in a sense, right?
I think that if we could find a way to cap it at 10 when you hit level 20, like imagine if instead of your wisdom modifier, it was half your druid level.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
If it was just half your druid level of flat damage.
Oh, I like that. Right? I like that so much better.
Then when you
right out the gate, you're doing extra 2. But then like 3, then 4, then 5.
And that scale, and that the 2 out the gate, you already get that as a barbarian, so like that's not super crazy or super imbalanced. But
I mean, you could just say have your druid level minimum 2, just so you just guarantee start at 2.
Sure.
And then
well, I mean, because
then you wouldn't get your next one to level 6. So then at level 6 is when you get your next level up. So it basically 2 covers you all the way to level 6 is what you need, because you wouldn't get your first one anyway until level 4.
Sure, I do like minimum of 2. I do like minimum.
So minimum of 2 carries you through 6. Then at 6 you're at 3, and then from there on it's just every 2 levels you're going to get an extra point of damage every swing. I like, again, anything to keep me in this form, anything to make me choose Twilight over a regular form.
Sure.
That's going to do it. And I do think that might be better, because I still think that the damage needs to scale higher later levels. I just don't think 5 per swing is enough.
Yeah. But because it's only going to be valuable when you choose something with multi-attack. It's only going to feel good when you are being able to get the extra stuff in. And even then, it's not going to feel that good.
And we're also worried about it being, 10 per swipe or 20 flat if you min-maxed your wisdom. Like, again, like we're that's the downside of these conversations, right? You always have to assume the min-maxer in order to balance, but how often are people going to guarantee they max out their wisdom just to use this ability, right?
Sure. But
that's why I don't think twice is that big of a deal, because if you only have a 3 wisdom, like a 3 modifier, you're only gonna get 6 extra.
I will say there are some druid builds that don't super encourage you to max out your wisdom, but
is it just more often than not that is what people do?
More often than not, people are gonna max out their wisdom as a druid, because your saving throws are based on your wisdom. Okay. Like, so much of what your build fair. is
that's totally fair. And that's why I always try to look at it from like the spectrum of, you want to prepare for the min-maxer, but is it really that big? I mean, if they're min-maxing, is giving them that extra couple, like, they're going to figure out a way to do that damage anyway.
I will say maxing out your wisdom as a druid doesn't feel min-maxy. Like, if you were to max out your wisdom and your dexterity and like all this, like that maybe.
Gotcha.
That maybe, but like this just that, because I feel like everybody's gonna have one stat that they're gonna pour into, no matter what. Yeah. No matter what you are, like, hey,
and druids with the saving. No, you're right. So I'm torn, because I think that there's a lot of good ideas and there's a lot of potential here. There's got to be a way to increase that damage in a way that feels good.
Mm-hmm.
And like the flat 5 just doesn't seem like it will scale properly. But I also understand that at level 6, if you have multi-attack, being able to guarantee 20 points of damage, I mean, it's a lot, but you still got to hit. You know what I mean? Like, you get the advantage every now and again, but I don't know. It's a great idea. I feel like the delivery is just a little short. You know what I mean? Like, we're almost there. It's just something's got to click to make this thing. Again, so far, I'm not convinced that as this druid, I'd be relying on my Twilight shape. And I feel like if I'm not, like, I could understand when there's going to be situations I don't want to use it. You know what I mean? We're in the middle of daylight, or the creature that I need to turn into is just more advantageous than the Twilight version because of the health. Totally love that idea of why you want to keep that. But I still feel like the subclass needs to encourage me to do it more than half the time in my Twilight form. You know what I mean? And as of right now, I'm just not sold that this is convincing me that Twilight is more beneficial more often, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So that's kind of like my only comment right there is I'm not 100% sure or sold on why I would be choosing Twilight unless I'm against something that's vulnerable to Necrotic or Radiant or whatnot, right? Because again, I'm not going to be on the battlefield as long. I'm not doing great amount of extra damage. All I can really do is teleport. Now, granted, maybe that's the point. Maybe the point is to get in close, do some melee damage, and then teleport away. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. But I just don't feel like I'm doing enough damage to do that. You know what I mean? Like this whole concept of poking the bear as the bear, poking with the bear.
Poking with the bear. Oh, I love that.
So yeah.
So real quick, this class says that the CR of the shapes that you can change into scales the same as the Moon Druid. But it's the 2024 Moon Druid, not the other one. So This one is going to max you out at CR6 because the way that they scale is it's your druid level divided by 3.
Okay.
That's the max CR that you can use.
Gotcha. So level 18, you're going to get your max CR.
Yes. And which is 6. You have, now again, I don't know how many of these. Oh, okay. There's one CR6 beast in the monster manual.
Okay.
A mammoth.
Gotcha.
Mammoth does not have multi-attack, but its average to hit is 25 on its gore and 29 on its stomp. Okay.
Okay.
So we're imagining that I do 30 damage on my gore and 34 to 35 damage on my stomp.
With current rules as the
with current rules as is, right?
Gotcha.
Now imagine if that instead was 35 and 39.
Doesn't sound like there's a lot of difference.
Like at these levels, again, I'm only able to do one of these at a time. And if I go back and I'm looking at what's just under CR6, Triceratops, again, it's theoretically in the monster manual. Again, not multi-attack. A lot of these high CR beasts specifically are not.
They don't have multi-attack?
They don't have multi-attack.
So later in the game, this is going to be less useful if it doesn't have more damage output. So maybe the multiplier damage output will. So, and again, so earlier games, maybe it will balance out because early you'll have multi-attack in your CRs.
Yeah.
And you're only multiplying by 2. Maybe by the time you get to a 3 times multiplier, you're not using the multi-attack anymore.
Sure.
So you need that extra oomph in the background.
And you could do a lower CR creature. Like again, a lot of the times the CR that is just what you have available to you. A lot of the times it's dependent upon what you actually need at any given
CR
point in time.
More or less is more about AC and HP than it is about attacks. I feel like attacks are pretty standard across the board, and only sometimes do they really get heavy hitters later down in the CR.
But again, in 2024, AC and HP have nothing to do with your thing. All of that is determined by you as a druid.
Well, that's what I mean. But I'm just talking about CR in general. The only thing a higher CR typically means is it's going to be harder to hit and it's going to take longer to kill.
Yeah.
But not necessarily that it's going to hit you harder. Like they don't always necessarily just scale like that. Like a CR1, it doesn't go from 2 points of damage at a CR1 to 90 points of damage at a CR6.
So I'm looking at the first one I was able to find that isn't a high CR that does have multi-attack is a giant crocodile, right? Okay. And the damage that it does on average for its bite is a 21, and the damage that it does on average for its tail whip is 14.
Is that like what, 3d12?
2d8 plus 5.
2d8, okay.
But the first one was 3d10 plus 5. So
3d10.
And both of them, they have other abilities, like the bite automatically requires you to have an escape DC of a DC 16 because you get grappled when you get bitten.
Gotcha.
And then the tail, I think you have to do a DC 6 strength save or be knocked prone. So, like, yes, there's some environmental things and some conditional things, but again, it's not busting your damage. So, again, if I had a plus 10 to this, that means on average, I'm doing 24, and on average, I'm doing 31 damage with a CR5. I don't think that's super crazy. Dragon makes 2 attacks, one with its bite and one with its tail. Yeah, you just get to do one of each. It's not like I can double up on my bite and do like crazy damage. It's like you have to choose one of each. So
I'm getting more sold that maybe the multiplier would be the way to go, just to make this thing the heavy hitter that it deserves. Because again, if I'm sacrificing HP and time in my druid form or in my wild shape, which again isn't its own pool, I'm going down if it goes down. I really want every attack that I do needs to be more important.
So I think another thing that, well, here's the deal. First of all, I think that the way Wild Shape works right now in 5th edition kind of sucks. Because, yes, you can turn into your Wild Shape for a number of hours. That means you get to use it a lot.
Yeah.
Right? You get to use, not a lot, but you get to use it for a while. Right? But you don't get that many charges of it. Like, you just don't get that many uses of it. Like,
so it's not one of those, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out. It's you're in it or you're not.
Yes.
Like, it's just,
So,
make a choice for most of the day, because it's not like you're going to be like, oh, I got to get through this door. Let me turn into a mouse, get through the door. Let me turn back into a human. Oh, now I got to get up to that vent. Let me turn into a bird. Let me get up there. Let me turn into a mouse again to then crawl through the vent. And let me turn into a snake so I can get through this pipe. So then I can turn into a human.
Sure,
so then I can let my buddies in.
Now,
That's what you want druid shape for, right? That's the imagined dream, is having 19 druid shapes to get through one house so you can let your buddies in.
Sure.
But in reality, you get 2 of those and then you're stuck.
So what I think, like an element of this that I think would be able to function, I think it would function better if you had the ability to a different way of using your out of combat wild shape. But I think that this particular wild shape, a good limitation to put on it so that all of this stuff would feel so much better, is this wild shape, instead of what we were talking about before, this wild shape only lasts for a minute. Being able to turn into this particular creature lasts for 1 minute. You're using this for a combat purpose, kind of like rage, kind of like a barbarian's rage. It lasts for a minute. You can do this thing because it's mostly valuable. Like the majority of the abilities that you're getting are specifically combat abilities. A lot of this stuff is not going to be.
The hide is the advantage on hide is the other one.
But I think that could just be a feature that you get, not tied to your wild shape, the hide aspect of it.
Just being the Twilight automatically.
Yeah, like I said, for the level 6 feature, I love the fact that that shadow stride that you get has nothing to do with you being in wild shape.
True.
I imagine I would love if the hide were the same way too.
Why not? Yeah, why does the hide not work that way? Yeah, I could see that. So give hide just blankly, regardless of your wild shape. Then turn the wild shape into a minute long. Like, so it's almost like instead of being a Twilight beast, like it's like almost like Twilight Shroud. Like it's like you activate the shroud,
sure,
and you just get all the benefits of it. And then that doesn't matter what form you're in. It's not like you turn into a beast. You just activate a Twilight Shroud.
This shroud around that is kind of cool.
Like you're given the ability to activate this shroud.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, hell, in that particular case, you could even split it. You could give it the shroud like things that work in both forms. Like while the shroud is active, you get to get the advantage on stealth, but you also get the extra damage in wild shape kind of thing. But yeah, I kind of see where you're going with that. I'm not mad at that idea. I could see how that idea could benefit the role play and the tactics.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, yeah. I love Shadow Stride.
Love Shadow Stride.
Yeah, it's just the first attack. It's just being the first attack is the only thing I would change.
Sure. Yep.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, so let's see. What else? What are we gonna end with? We actually
have 3 more abilities, and I'm actually curious, Hecate, because when I was looking at the 2024 rules, it does not look like traditionally there is an 18th level ability. So this is an addition that they have. So you get 10 is standard.
Normally it caps at 14?
10 is standard, and normally your capstone is the 14th ability.
So Hecate gave us an 18th. Yeah,
they gave us an 18th.
Let's
now,
go.
We love that. We love
I want to see more of that shit.
But I'm curious if that was intentional or not. But yeah, let's get to it.
All right, so we get Duskworn at level 10. The Hush of Twilight embraces you and those who stand beside you. Harmonious balance. You gain resistance to radiant and necrotic damage.
Cool.
Twilight Sanctuary. While you are in dim light or darkness, including as a Twilight Beast, a 15-foot radius aura surrounds you. A creature that starts its turn in the aura can see or hear you. Chooses one. That can see or hear you. Okay. Gleam of Hope. It gains temporary hit points equal to 1d8 plus your wisdom modifier. These temporary hit points are lost only if bright light fully illuminates you or they are depleted. Steady Nerves. It ends one effect on itself that is causing it to be charmed or frightened. Okay, so this is just an aura that you get to help your allies.
Sure. I think that's kind of cool.
I love the harmonious balance. That's great. 15-foot radius for you and your allies, and they can either get temp HP or drop a condition.
When you are in dim light or darkness,
you exude this aura.
So if I'm in dim light or darkness and I'm on the border of the dim light,
you extend this, yeah.
This aura extends into the light.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I can see, that's as far as I read it.
But it does say in Gleam of Hope, these hit points are lost if you are fully illuminated.
It says fully illuminates you, not the target. So as long as you stay in dim light, they have the temp HP. That's how I read that. It's you, not them.
Are only lost if bright light fully illuminates you or they are. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
Valid.
as far as I read that,
Valid.
As
so
long as
I just got to stay hidden.
Right. And if you activate your Twilight Beast, you're already hidden for a minute.
Yeah.
So this automatically parks.
Sure.
Every time you turn your Twilight Beast, it automatically procs. Which again is kind of going along the idea of like just having a shroud. Like,
and
instead of it being
like
the beast, like just the concept of the shroud.
And I do like the fact that it builds upon that. But I also like the fact that it works in and out of wild shape, because I can just go be in shadows and add in my normal form, and this will extend to my allies.
I like that.
Now, out of curiosity, how would you rule this? If somebody is being charmed, right? For instance, dominate monster or dominate person, right?
Yeah.
That's theoretically a charmed effect, right? It says your ally gets to choose. If somebody's charmed, are they going to choose to end the charmed condition?
So this is a very meta thing. This is, it feels like this is more to appease the players and not the mechanics, if that makes sense. Hi, bud. Oh.
I feel like just simply would make a little bit more sense if the druid chose and not the player.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I'm also just a little bit like, I get the desire for it, but I'm trying to understand why that, like, how that works. Like, why is it just that? Why is my ability of Twilight able to overcome Charm and Frightened? Like, I understand why I can instill fright because of darkness and the Twilight and the unknown, but why am I able to undo it? Like, it's one of those things where sometimes it's like, I get that this is very D&D, it feels very D&D, but it doesn't feel very, like, aligned with the lore. Like, why can I overcome someone's charm just by changing the light? What does that have to do with being at Twilight? What does Charmed and Frightened have to do with that?
Sure.
Now, granted, you could say, like, old school wise, that these were, you know, traditionally considered like gaze attacks. So by changing the light, you change the eye contact, and you could go. But again, that requires such deep canonical lore that it doesn't apply, because spells don't get categorized like that anymore.
Sure.
So I would just say that I get what we're trying to do, but I'm not 100% sure.
I will say I don't feel like it answers its own question, but I feel like as a DM, I could find a way to make it make sense.
Yeah, I think anybody could. Yeah, you could make it make sense. I just don't know if it is easy. Now, what's also fascinating though is so I like the idea of being like them getting temporary hit points is very interesting. Again, I'm not really sure I know where that comes from, but you're a druid, so I kind of I dig the support.
Sure.
I really dig the support aspect. Yeah, I don't know why the steady nerves kind of thing. I don't think I get it. I wouldn't mind just you being able to extend like some of your abilities to them, where you know, within 15 feet getting the temp HP, within 15 feet of you, they get like advantage on stealth checks would be cool.
So
because imagine that out of game, everyone comes in close to you and everybody gets advantage on stealth. You extend your stealth because you're enshrouding them in this like darkness that no one can see.
I do kind of like that. I'll say this, the way you read this, if a ally of the druid were to just hang out on the border of that 15-foot range while they're in dim light and darkness and just be in melee combat with somebody, every single time they start their turn, they get 1d8 plus wisdom modifier, temp HP.
Or it goes back up 2 because you can't stack. So it would
replenish. Like if ever they get hit and they take damage, they're just getting free damage reduction.
Yeah.
Every single round.
Yeah. So they get, the D8 plus 3 and they got a D8 of damage. They'd have plus 3, and then the next round they'd go right back up to a D8 plus 3. Like,
that feels real strong. Especially if there's no limit to the number of allies that this can work on. I feel like something should be said about an ally can only benefit from temp temp hit points in this way once per short rest or something to that effect. That way they're not just because like normally it costs resources to give somebody temp HP. Just getting temp HP like over and over and over.
Just
and over
because
and
you're
over
in darkness.
Like if like that's absorbing so much damage. Like imagine if I rolled just somehow I rolled an 8 a lot. Right?
Wait a second here. So what if Twilight Vitality was called Twilight Shroud, like we talked about? And it did the things that we were talking about, right? Like activating this is kind of what happens. What if here the idea was that... No, I guess that wouldn't really solve the problem. I was going to say, like, what if activating this is just you can activate the shroud while not in your form, and then you get all the same benefits, but it still lasts a minute, so it wouldn't undo your problem of being able to just sit there on the same person.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't say that it can target only one creature. Well, it does say a creature that starts your turn, so you can't do this to a number of creatures. It does say
so the way you're reading this.
While you're
it's not any creature that starts his turn. It's only a single
that you choose because it does. So because you say a creature that starts their turn in the aura and can see you chooses one.
So if a creature can see or hear you, it gets to choose one.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, so it should say a creature of your choose. Yeah, because it doesn't say that it's on the creature's choice whether or not they want temp HP or removing a condition.
Oh, does say you choose? I totally thought it said they choose. Oh wait, a creature that can see or
you chooses
hear
one.
You chooses one. So it is them choosing.
So they're the ones that get to choose what happens to them, which I also am not a huge fan of. Like if you're the one doing it,
I do feel
it's
like
either you choose or the effect chooses. I don't know if I like the idea that they know something's happening to them and then it's too meta.
They move it one way or the other.
It's already enough that players are going to be saying like, "Hey, use that ability on me now," because that's enough metagamey. It's weird that the player would have that. Like you said, if you're charmed, why would you take the charm off? You have no reason to believe it.
Yeah.
So it can't be the player in game noticing it.
There's this moment in some streaming what was it, the Dimension 20 whatever, one of the famous streamers. But like there was a really, really cool moment where one of the characters got dominated by an enemy, right? And he was a barbarian. And the enemy was like, I want you to go attack your friends, right? And so basically the dude was like, hey, I'm a barbarian. What I do is rage. Should I rage? Right? Like he asked the guy that summoned him, like, should I do this? And he's like, yeah, do it. Go get him. And as soon as he rages, his rage has a side effect that you can't be charmed or frightened.
Yep.
And so it just ended the condition. And it was a beautiful moment, but it wasn't necessarily like it would have been something that he would have chosen as a charmed person.
Yeah.
It's something that would have made sense.
Like I need to go attack, so I should rage, right?
Yes.
But not thinking, oh, I'm gonna rage because I'm gonna.
The player knew that. The player was
of course.
Like, heck yes, I'm getting out of this. But
that's the type of metagame that's fine as long as it really suits the narration.
It feels like it makes sense in a scenario like that.
You know, the difference between that and metagame is, hey, my character's a barbarian. When I attack, I rage. You know, so this makes a logical series of why me player is going to use this meta knowledge.
I'm doing everything in my power to
But if you're just a player going,
commands.
If you're just a player going, oh, he does the command to send me after my players. Well, cool. As I attack them, I'm gonna rage because I know it cancels it out. That's metagame. That's the difference between metagame and like a bad metagame, because they're both metagaming, right? It's both the player enacting their outside knowledge on the game, but the difference is blatant, I'm just using knowledge that doesn't make any sense to I'm a barbarian. He would rage to attack them. It's not in his mind to break the spell. It's in his mind to do the best that he can.
Yes.
And that's the difference between acceptable metagame and unacceptable metagame.
And I think that's why I kind of have a problem with the you get to choose and removing and charmed or frightened. Now, frightened, maybe. Like frightened, if I'm just scared, like, yeah, I don't want to be scared, but like sometimes like it overcomes you and I'm just like honestly, I feel like when it comes to like,
and if you can, it also undoes the whole thing of you being the commander of it, the controller of it, the guiding light.
Yeah.
You can instill fear of the Twilight, or you can take that fear away by, you know, basically being like, look, I'm in control of it. It's fine. So I would be more understanding of getting rid of fear because you can instill fear in the same way.
And
the charm is a little bit out of scope for me.
I will say, like, I get how charmed and frightened go together a lot because they're both mental conditions, and what would likely affect one would also likely affect the other, you know, in certain scenarios. But yeah, I just in general for me, it feels like it makes a lot more sense if the druid is in control of what their abilities are doing.
Right.
You know, but
I mean, hell, even if they're Twilight Sanctuary, like I wouldn't even mind it if it, you know, again, I don't mind it going over frightened, but instead of charmed, why not? It can like overcome magical darkness. Anybody within your 15 feet can overcome magical darkness.
Meaning they can just see through magical darkness
so,
if they had the evocation?
Like imagine you and your buddies are just sitting there and someone goes, haha, no more spells for you. You can't see us, and then cast magical darkness, and instantly you just pop out a 15-foot bubble and all of you can see magically. So it's like you cast darkness on us, and then suddenly we can all see right through the darkness.
No.
You know what I mean? It's almost like they can't be blind. Like you're almost basically saying you can't be blinded
would the darkness still appear?
Yeah. The darkness spell is still there. You in this aura just aren't affected by it.
I like the idea that inside the aura, all allies can see inside magical darkness that is inside the aura. So it's like if I'm standing on like the edge, I'm looking into magical darkness.
Yeah. But you're not affected if you're inside the magical darkness and in the aura.
If you come inside like this space, then like it's almost like we all gotta like huddle together so that all the enemies come to us, and once they come in, boom, now I can see you. Now I can like I really,
or just say all allies within the 15-foot radius can see in low light as if in, you know, basically give you the same dark vision, but just add the verbiage. This also includes magical darkness.
Yeah.
That would be dope, because then you and all your buddies are just never going to be affected by magical darkness starting at level 10, magical or otherwise. Like at that point, you could just say that as long as this is active and everyone's around you.
I do like the fact that it requires you to stay within that particular range.
Yeah. I think that would be kind of cool. Who doesn't like to have like a little bit of dark vision, even if you have to stay next to your buddy? Yeah. I think that could be kind of cool.
Yeah.
If it would make more sense than charm, I would keep the frightened, but then I would kind of add that verbiage of
sure.
Yeah, they basically, anybody within the aura has dark vision as you do, and this also works on magical darkness.
Sure.
That just seems kind of clean. Gives you the chance of I'm in control here. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, you can even say it does both. Like, while in this aura, you cannot be blinded by bright light nor blinded by dark vision. You know what I mean? Like, you could give them that balance of you control the extremes. You're the Twilight controller. They can't be blinded by darkness. They can't be blinded by bright light. You bring everything into a harmony as long as they're within 15 feet of you.
Yeah.
You bring them into harmony. Like, kind of that kind of concept, right?
I do kind of like the idea of inside here being immune to
the blinded condition.
To blinded condition. That I feel like is super underused.
Yeah.
Like just in general, like super underused.
So how about, I mean, even that, just steady nerves could be, you know, just changed to you can end the effects of blind or frightened. That would be even better.
Sure.
If we want to just simplify it and not go to this crazy extent, even just switch charmed with blind. So they can either drop being blinded or drop being frightened. That would be cool. I like the idea of giving them dark vision within the circle, within your radius, but even just changing charmed to blinded.
I will still say,
is that way it wouldn't matter how they got blinded.
Yeah.
It's just the blinded condition's gone.
I will still say that I think the gleam of hope needs to be limited per use.
Like you can only affect one character per 24 hours or per long rest. Like the same character.
Yes.
Per short rest. Short rest
is fine, because I feel like it would be,
because you want to be able to do it at least once per battle, but you gotta have a reset on it to where if I've already given you your 10 HP, I'm sorry, I've already given you what I can.
Yeah.
Because you're right. That's without an action economy. Just being able to sit there and pump HP out just because it's dark is pretty wild, and that also means that how does temp HP work on an unconscious or death saving throws? Like, can you give someone who's at 0 temp HP and bring them up? Does temp HP bring you up?
Does not bring people up.
Okay.
Temp HP does not bring people up, but whether it would. So the question I would ask is, if somebody's trying to hit somebody that is down and unconscious, and I give them temp HP, you're still unconscious. I'm not.
But does the
up.
damage count?
Well, if like a rock falls on them and it does 1 point of damage to them, normally that's an automatic failed death.
But because
save.
you have a buffer, you're asking, would the temp HP give you a death save throw buffer?
Would there be a little buffer there? You know,
that's because I don't know what I see. I honestly don't know what temp HP is. Like, that's a fascinating concept that we should dive into on a different discussion today.
Absolutely.
But
That's a good topic.
We should dive into that topic of what the fuck is HP or what temp HP?
Yeah.
Because is it just adrenaline? Because if they're unconscious, adrenaline doesn't matter. Like, their body is still wrecked. You know, adrenaline only works on the mind, not on the body. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, your body still takes damages under adrenaline. You just don't notice it. So if you're unconscious, your body still takes the damage. So therefore, you'd still lose the saving throw.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations where, unless temp HP is actually like a magical protective bubble and not just fortification from within, then it really changes. Can it be affected if you're unconscious or not? Like, because I believe you lose HP if you go to sleep, right? Like, if you have temp HP and then choose to go unconscious, it's gone.
Yeah.
So temp HP directly correlates with consciousness. Because incapacitated, you even said if you go incapacitated, you lose it. Right?
That was you lose your wild shape.
Wild shape.
But I think that might be. I think the same might be true for.
I think it is true for temp HP. So I think that temp HP isn't some sort of force protecting you. It's a fortification from within. It's a mental or physical fortification, not a barrier on top of you. You know what I mean? Like, does that make more? Because again, we've talked about HP is just your willingness to fight.
It does.
It's basically just internally. I can take a little bit more without backing out of the fight.
Look at something like Armor of Agathis. That specific temp HP, that specific source of temp HP feels like something other than internal fortification.
It could,
specifically because it retaliates based upon the amount of temp HP that gets removed, right?
True.
And so it feels like there's this like icy armor around you that's like shooting off. So a lot of the times, again, depending on the source of your temp HP.
That's fascinating. Maybe this will be a topic, a whole chapter in the ADMG about temp HP and breaking down. Here are the categories of temp HP. There's magical temp HP.
That could be valid.
There's non-magical. So non-magical is just like internal fortification, the shit you lose when you go to sleep.
Sure.
Then there's magical, like Armor of Agathis. And then we can just discuss in that chapter, like, here's how you can make homebrew rules to treat them differently.
Sure.
Like a personal temp HP that you get from, say, like a bard or whatever may not be able to be magically dispelled, but maybe Armor of Agathis could. So we can just talk about how the origin of temp HP manifests and what that actually means it is.
I mean, we haven't done a history of in a while. That'd be very interesting. Is there even
a history of temp HP?
Is there temp HP in older editions?
Yeah. We may have to bring history of back just for that.
That could be clean.
Okay, let's keep moving because we still got 2 abilities left. All right. And moving on. So with Duskward, loved the radiant necrotic damage. Loved the fact that we're doing an aura to affect our peoples. I just think Charmed is the #1 issue. That's just that one piece.
That and the frequency of the temp HP. Those.
Not the ability to do it. It's just how often it seems that you can replenish the same character's temp HP over and over and over and over.
Sure, exactly.
Okay. So moving on to level 14, we have Eclipse Ascendant. I will say I'm not quite following the progression of the
naming.
Yeah. Some of them are cool names. it doesn't feel like there's a progression like some, you know what I mean?
Sure.
But Eclipse Ascended, you now summon the full majesty of Eventide and becoming the living boundary between day and night. Once per long rest, you can enter Eclipse Ascendant as a bonus action. So it's like a new form.
Okay.
It lasts for 1 minute or until you're incapacitated. You may activate it in any form, including immediately after transforming into a Twilight Beast.
Okay.
So this doesn't really cost action economy.
Okay.
Well, it's a bonus action, but you can do it right after.
So you can do it as a part of your wild shape action.
Yes. Okay.
Although, that is an element of Moon Druid that you can transform as a bonus action. Traditionally, it's an action to wild shape. So this would take your entire action economy, action and bonus action,
To do both.
in order to do both.
Gotcha. Good call, because we did not get transformation as a bonus action in this subclass.
That's another advantage that Moon Druids get, which is nice that it's not seen.
Moon Druid gets so much, it feels like they may have offloaded a lot of options.
Yes, they do.
But where's the Sun Druid? Okay, that's all I'm saying. Where's my Sun Druid? All right, so we get Eclipse boons. You may activate it in any form. Okay, I'm assuming you get all of these, because there's no you choose one. It just says you activate this and we get the following boons. Twilight Sanctuary Unbound. Your sanctuary radius expands to 30 feet, and creatures inside gain both Gleam of Hope and Steady Nerves at the start of each of their turns. So everybody gets temp HP and drops one
to do that. It was meant to be each of their turns.
Yeah, it's meant to sit there and
now you just get both in a much bigger radius.
Yeah. Okay.
I will say, if you only got it on each of your turns on this ability that you could do once per long rest, I'd be okay with it. I'd be okay with it if it was only each of
like
your
the
turns.
last one was one person within 15 and this is everybody within 30.
Well, if the last one was you can only benefit from it once per short rest,
this is the whole time.
I can do it the whole time.
Okay,
specifically like that,
I
would be okay with.
Yes, so the previous one should have said you can only do it per character per turn, one character one turn, or once
short rest.
Once per character per turn or short rest.
Yeah,
and this one can just be blast as long as it's active.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I like that progression a lot better. Let's see. Shadow Stride Unleashed. Shadow Stride costs 5 movement instead of 10. And no charges. You can use it on every one of your turns. So this is
you just spam the dickens out of that. All right.
Predator of the Penumbra. While in Twilight Beast form, your natural weapon attack deals an extra D6 Radiant or Necrotic. And score a critical on a 19 or 20. So the critical is fine. I mean, we're adding in the roll now plus the flat damage.
Sure.
So we did get more damage. I'm not really sure a D6 plus 5 is really capstoning me there, but it's an extra potential 6.
I'm very curious what the capstone's going to look like after this, because this looks dope. This feels like the capstone. This feels like we use this fire ability.
I mean, it's really cool. I mean, we love really showy capstones. It does, a lot of this does kind of feel like out of nowhere, though. I will say, like, this is suddenly a capstone, right? Like, it's everything.
This is traditionally where the capstone would be.
That's what I'm saying. But I mean, like, as a capstone, it's usually just not this much all of a sudden. Like, I feel like a lot of the other capstones are great, but they're great at one thing. This is just kind of like opening the floodgates to let now yourself min-max every piece of this that you've been playing with, right?
Sure.
So that's not a bad mark. It's just, it's unique because we haven't seen capstones just unleash like this before. And we're not even done. We still have a whole other one to go. And then Mantle of Dusk. You shed dim light in a 15-foot radius. Just, okay. Non-magical and magical bright light in that area becomes dim. Range attacks against you are made with disadvantage. You have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing from non-magical weapons. Okay. Again, some of these things make sense and some of them don't to me. Like, that's a little bit of a mix-up, a little mismatch.
I get, so shedding dim light, the way I read that is, even if you're in bright light,
it's just dim all the way around.
You have like an aura of dim light around you,
which means like your other thing where if you're in bright light, it stops. This won't happen. This will guarantee that you can't be in bright light.
Yes.
And all of your other buddies' abilities of being in the shadows as well. Okay. And then you get Afterglow. When Eclipse Ascendant ends, you regain 1 expended Shadow Stride use, and your Twilight Sanctuary remains at its normal 15-foot radius for 10 minutes, even in non-magical bright light.
Wait. Twilight Sanctuary, what is that one again?
The Twilight Sanctuary is the one that helps your buddies. The ones where as long as they're within 15 feet, they can get temp HP and they can drop a condition. So that will last for 10 minutes, and it can't be put out by bright light.
Unless it's magical. Right.
Yeah, non-magical bright light. Yeah, so during the daytime, you're just still doing this.
Even though the actual shadows around you have gone away.
Yeah, you just still that particular thing for an extra 10 minutes. I don't know what the extra 10 minutes is really meant to do, to be honest, outside of roleplay. I just can't, like, right after a fight, what's the benefit of it?
HP.
Yeah, so, like, that I'm just kind of confused on. Outside of maybe a one-time roleplay use, I don't really know why after a battle or after it ends, because even for 10 minutes, even if the battle isn't done, it's going to be over in seconds. Once the battle's over, why do I need this still?
Yeah,
that one I'm not.
Especially because I'm imagining you're not going to be using this unless you're pulling out all the stops. You're fighting a boss. You're doing a big thing, which means hopefully after it's done, you get a chance to breathe.
So I'm not really sure what the, like, it's not like it's a bad thing. It's just, I don't understand why we're, like, I love, like, getting another expanded use of stride.
That's very cool.
But again, it's like, if this is after a major battle, like, getting an extra use out of it, like, what's that benefit? Now, again, it's, battles are supposed to be, like, several in between rests.
Sure.
But you're not going to use this on any of the little ones. Like, you're going to use this on the one that you worked up to.
Sure.
So yeah, I'm not sure I know why I would see a benefit of having this active for another 10 minutes after a battle, after, like, a big battle. That just doesn't make much sense. So overall, it is again, great capstone, kind of hits on everything. I mean, we get a bigger sanctuary. I
really do like this ability. It again, I'm so curious what they're going to do for 18.
Yeah, that's what I'm really curious about. Like, this does feel like a proper capstone. This feels like it goes back. It gives everything a little bit of a boost. And I feel like a lot of this would even work with some of the suggestions that we made earlier. Like, none of this really has to change, especially if you take into account what we suggested. So, I mean, even if we did say earlier that Shadow Stride was only meant to be one of your multi-attacks, like you can only use it once in your attack round, right? Instead of the first attack, it's any attack, but it's only one of them. This would be cool. Shadow Stride Unbound, it costs 5, and you can use it on every attack. So imagine now you're 5 feet 30 attack with advantage, 5 feet 30 attack with advantage, 5 feet jump 30 attack with advantage, 5 feet jump 30 attack with advantage. You could just.
Granted, having a druid with that many attacks, that's going to be wild.
But my point being is, because again, what if you went fighter? What if you took like 1 or 2 levels in fight, a couple levels in fighter, and well, I guess you would only get 1 extra attack. But you know what I mean.
Theoretically, in your wild shape, you can use any class abilities that you have, right? Would you say a wild shaped bear can action surge?
Yeah. 100%.
So if that's the case, okay. So if I don't have extra attack, but my creature that I'm turning into does, I get extra attack. But if I, like, say if I only take a couple levels in Druid, but I take a bunch of levels in Fighter and I end up getting 3 normal attacks, do every single one of my Druid wild shapes now have extra attack?
As far as I understand, yes, because of the way that Druid reads that you keep all of your abilities. You are not becoming the creature with their attacks. You are you with their claws, with their bite. You don't have a weapon, but you have the same striking speed. You basically have all of the same actions.
Okay.
Your action economy does not change based on how it reads.
So there's a build possibility that people could play with to use that particular ability. And now again, you're not going to get this until you hit level 14. So you're not going to be able to like spam it like crazy. But
the earlier abilities with the extra damage, there is a way to spam it if you want to go the route of multiclassing, which comes with its own barriers to entry and its own issues. But yes, I would say that that's still a very valid, way to do that. I mean, then you add 1 level of, rogue so you can get disengage and you know what I'm saying? Like a bunch of multi-attacks, disengage, and all of this shit.
God bless America. That Canadian geese can search, so why not bears? What?
Action surge. Canadian geese can action surge, so why not a bear?
Wild. Fair enough. Fair freaking enough.
All right, so let's see what this capstone's all about. Let's see what Hecate's built for us. So level 18, we have Veil of Endless Dusk. You no longer walk towards Twilight, you carry it with you. Eclipse Twilight. As a bonus action, you can create a 30-foot radius veil of dusk surrounding you. For your Twilight Monarch features, non-magical and magical bright light counts as dim light, and dim light as darkness. Other creatures' vision is unaffected. So essentially, as a bonus action, you could just say all my abilities work within 30 feet of me. Well, all my abilities work, period. And anybody within 30 feet of me is affected by my abilities if I can so choose. Like,
Sure.
Okay. So you get 30 feet on just your radius, and you're always in darkness while this is active. It doesn't have a time frame. It just says as a bonus action, you can create 30 feet, which surrounds you. It does not say how long that lasts.
So if I just activated this when I woke up and just walk around for the rest of the day,
I'd like some sort of timer, just last for a minute.
Sure.
Once per short rest, be fine. You know what I mean? Don't need a lot. It's just, I don't know if...
Even if you don't put a limit on how much you get, because I'm assuming this is just like, you can do it all the time now, right?
Yeah, so how long does it actually last?
Like, make it last for a minute.
Yeah, or even just a couple rounds. Like you need enough to where the action economy makes sense, because a bonus action indefinitely doesn't make any sense. That's like a bonus action in the morning, and like you said, 5 minutes later, I'm fine.
Yeah.
It needs to have some sort of recharge to where you're burning that bonus action every other round, even a minute. I mean, a minute's a lot for a bonus action, but it's a level 18 capstone. It's fine.
Yeah.
But I would like to see some sort of action economy other than just it activates. There's got to be some sort of timer that it has to reset on.
Okay.
Otherwise, you might as well just say you're always clad in it.
Yeah.
Because
exactly.
why add an action economy only without a timer to re-trigger? So I would just say make the choice.
Enough.
Either it's for a set amount of time, or just remove it. Just say at level 18, you're always considered in darkness. All your abilities always work. Fuck it.
Sure.
Like he was like,
I mean, you can say you can turn it on and off if you want to, if there's really a reason for you to turn it off.
Yeah, you could, you could like subdue it. But yeah, it just seems a little bit, what would be kind of cool is what if you always exuded this aura at 5 feet, and you, as a bonus action, you can extend it and retract it. So as a bonus action, you can extend it up to 10 feet to a max of 30. And as a bonus action, you can retract it up to 10 feet to a minimum of 5. So if you needed, for whatever reason, to retract it for RP purposes, takes you a couple bonus actions to slowly call in the darkness.
That it's like you're always shrouded in it, like no matter what.
Yeah,
like,
you are always shrouded, but you need to bonus action your buddies.
You walk towards, you carry it with you. It's literally.
So that would be kind of cool. Is I like the idea of just the bonus action extends it by 10 feet to a max of 30 and reduces it by 10 feet to a minimum of 5. And at that point, it's just your bonus action economy is just how big you want. If you always want it big, guess what? Boom, boom. Now it's always big, period. But if you ever need it to go, it's going to take you those 2 steps. It's going to take you that extra couple seconds to bring it in.
Yeah.
And that's kind of more role play, right? It's not like just suddenly, boom, darkness. It's you just have to feel it and go, I got it. Ooh, there we go. Push the darkness out. Push it out again. Like, I feel like that would feel better, and you can play with it more. You can have more role play with it, because you get the same benefit, right? This basically says you get it all the time. I just like the idea that and the tacticalness. If you forgot to extend it and your buddy's just outside the line, sorry, I can't help you this round. My bad. Or as a bonus action, shit. Extend. Okay, I got him. I won't take my healing potion. I'll extend it instead.
Sure.
It's a little bit of action economy play there.
Love it.
Eternal Sanctuary. Your Twilight Sanctuary functions in any light. Its radius increases to 20. Gleam of Hope grants a 2d8 plus your wisdom modifier of temporary hit points. Remember, that's ongoing, period. They are just always going to have 2d8 hit points at the start of every round. Everyone. All of your allies.
I will say...
That are within, 30 feet of you? Or within 20 feet of you now.
I will say, with the previous ability, what's the purpose of that first line?
The functions in any light?
Yeah.
Well, because that's your Twilight Sanctuary, whereas the other one, so the other one is just your abilities, like being able to do your Twilight creatures in darkness. It just counts as you being in darkness. The other one is the one that affects your buddies, where they can drop into condition or get their temp HP. But this one...
But that's still you being in the... the light, right?
Well, yeah, I think the idea was that if you, yeah, it's to overcome this. It's basically saying that if you become in full light, oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Have the ability to always be shrouded in dim light or darkness.
Because you're always in this
why do
anyway.
I care about, like, I'm never going to be in light. Yeah, unless I absolutely want to be.
Yeah. So that's true. So this is just redundant, is what you're saying. This is just redundant like, because I'm already
shrouded all the time, so I don't need it to function in any lighting. I'm going to be functioning because
you're already going to be in lightning. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's fair. It's kind of just a redundant. It's not wrong. It just doesn't need to be.
Yeah.
But they're increased resistance to 20, and then a 2d8 plus your wisdom modifier. Basically, you're just constantly healing everybody, in a way. Not really healing, but you know what I mean. Like you're giving them a shield, essentially.
That again, Hecate was talking earlier about the damage we were talking about being strong. Basically, you are taking away so much damage every single round with this ability.
I mean, it's not going to keep them alive because they can still go down to 0 eventually. It does extend.
It's like everyone's a freaking barbarian now. Everyone has resistance to all damage now.
What would you say?
But like,
what would you say to previously it was the 1d8 temp HP and it had all of its bonuses? What if on this particular one, instead of a 2d8 plus your wisdom, what if it said you get max? So what if it was just 8 temp HP guaranteed instead of a d8? So previously you always had a roll and you can get a range. What if this one just said you just get max 8 plus your wisdom? Would that make it any better, or do you still think the roll makes it balanced because you could still get 2 HP?
I think that the part of it that's imbalanced is not necessarily the fact that you now get 2d8. It's the fact that it's every turn.
Gotcha. It's simply the fact that no matter what, there is more damage the enemy has to put out to touch you.
Yes.
Regardless if it's 2 or 8.
I don't even mind the 2d8 if there was a limit on how often they could get it. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Earlier in the level 14 ability that lasts for a minute and just basically boosts everything, on that specific one, because it's once per long rest, I totally get that. I totally get that mindset of, okay, I can use it every single round. Like right now, we're all invincible for this 1 minute.
Okay, I got it then. I think I know how to solve your problem. No, I don't. That doesn't make any more sense. I was going to say, well, actually, no, it does. I got a way to solve your problem. Because, okay, it only solves the problem at a certain point in the game.
Okay.
Because we're only talking about 8 hit points here. But at a certain point in the game, this might be the solution. What if you can't re-up temp HP in this way? What if that was the language? So you know how normally temp HP can only replenish what you're given. So if you have 4 HP and someone gives you 8 temp HP, you only get 8. You don't get 12. If you already have 4 and someone gives you 8, they don't add. It just goes up to whatever the highest one is.
Yes, it's just
normal.
You're replacing the temp HP. Anytime you get new temp HP, you're replacing the old one unless it's less.
What if this can't replace itself? So I give you temp HP of 16. You get hit for 10. Next round pops, you still only have 6. I can't give you more temp until you have none.
I will say this.
So it still gives you the benefits, but
I think the reason why I call this resistance is because, okay, imagine I get 15 HP every single time.
Okay.
At this level, if I'm taking damage, I'm taking more than 15 damage.
Yes.
So that means I'm not going to have the temp HP anymore. So that means regardless, it's going to pop almost every single time.
But that's what I meant, like earlier in the game, maybe it would make sense for creatures that only do 2, because if like a creature does an average 4 points of damage,
sure,
you're always up. You were never going to get hit by this thing.
You're never going to take any damage.
But if you have to at least take damage before it can give you damage back, there's a part of the game it would solve. But like you said, later down the road, it doesn't matter.
Like you have resistance. You're still taking some damage, but you're
always taking
shit
some
ton less than you normally. And again, it's not a shit ton, but like it feels like so much. It feels like because temp HP does not care what type of damage you're taking. It's coming out of that source first. Anytime you take any damage, I would love the verbiage, and this is just across all D&D 5e. Psychic damage ignores temp HP.
Okay.
I would freaking love that. I don't know why it's not like that. temp HP is either reinforcing or helping your like physical body. But everything other than that, like why is temp HP helping you?
I got you. I don't mind that at all.
But yeah, so I will say that just because now again, if you have more than one person attacking this guy, for sure you're still gonna go down. Like imagine you have 3 people attacking one dude. He only gets 10 hit points, a bunch of damage. That it's nowhere near resistance, right?
But the one-on-ones that does, especially when a 12D or a 1D12, that's a 1D8 versus 1D12. Like they have to have multi-attack and all of that for this. Okay. I'm thinking of different verbiage that could benefit it, but it would just get clunky, right? Like you give them 2d8 temp HP and half as much every subsequent usage. So they get 2d8, then 1d8, then 1d4, then 2, then 1, then nothing.
I wouldn't even mind a small piece of language that says you cannot gain this temp HP if you've received it within the past 2 turns. Something as small as that.
Just some
so
sort of barrier.
You have to wait at least 3 turns to get the temp HP again, right? Yeah, you can do it more consistently, but you can only do it like it's not like every single turn. So I can just hang out in here and just be like, I'm good to go. I'm gonna get some more HP in a second. Like being able to be like, okay, I just got some. I'm fighting. I took some damage. All right, I gotta wait for a little bit to get more again, to revitalize again. Something like that I would be okay with.
I know that we don't. I know that this gets overplayed a lot, but even if you had charges that you could give out, a D8, like a number of charges, each of them had been a D8. So you can give one person 48 or 4 people 1D8. That might be clunky though, because then if it's every round, then you're having to constantly roll and dish it out.
There is a druid healing spell.
But you know what I'm saying? Like I was wondering if that could maybe balance out just this constant outflow of HP.
There it is, Healing Spirit. Okay, so the way this particular spell works, you create a little spirit, right? And the spirit exists in a space, right? And anytime another creature passes through the same space as this creature, they get healed. Now, to stop players from doing loops in a circle and just getting healing like over and over and over again, this is how they worded it. Until the spell ends, whenever a creature you can see moves into the spirit space for the first time on that turn or starts its turn there, you can cause the spirit to restore 1d6 hit points to that creature. No action required. The spirit can't heal constructs and dead. The spirit can heal a number of times equal to 1 plus your spellcasting modifier. So putting a limit on how often you can get this temporary hit points out, you can give out these temporary hit points a number of times equal to blah blah blah.
Interesting.
Right?
Okay.
Like that could work. Like whenever you use this feature, all right, I get this many uses of it. Right now, I can use the feature however many times I'm using it, but like.
So what if this wasn't per character? What if it was per round? What if the druid has to roll the temp HP and then it's their choice who gets how much in their... So let's say out of the 5 party members, 2 of them or 3 of them are in your aura. You roll your 2d8 and you get 10. You have to decide out of the 3 people that are currently in your aura, who gets how much temp HP. So maybe this person gets all 10. Maybe they get to 5 and they get 5 and you get none because you're already 2 healed. What if it was more on the druid to say, I have this much temp HP in this aura that I am allowed to give out?
I would be more okay
and then
with that.
Every single round, they could pump it into one player every round. So they could do that, but it's not every player every round. It's just, I can sit here and pump one person, or I could equally spread out this temp HP to my team.
At higher levels, I would for sure be okay with that.
Because then I can give 16 to my barbarian, or I can give 8 to my wizard and 8 to my rogue. Like the idea that I have a set number of temp HP that I'm in control of, and it's to any player, any ally within my aura. And would it be too bad to say including yourself? Would you say this can only go to other people, or is it just when you activate this ability, you have temp HP to either use or give?
If I'm splitting it, I would not mind yourself. I'm actually curious what the original wording is. Does it include yourself? Right now, it just looks like a creature that starts its turn. So
yeah, it doesn't even include yourself. So what do you think about that? What if it was just, it's the same amount of temp HP, but instead of guaranteed everybody, you have to decide how much gets divvied out? And you could even go equal. You could say it's basically equally divided, or the player can divide it. Again, it depends on how easy you want the gameplay to be. But the player can say, I equally divide it between these three, or I give you 5 and you 8. Like, both of those are valid. It just depends on how quick do you want the decision to be.
I will say,
because if you roll 2, you might as well just be like, okay, I'll give him 2. Just give him all of it. Sure, but if you roll 16, you're like, no, I just divide it between those two. Like, I feel like there's a clean way to do that.
I feel like that would feel better as a player to use if it was a static amount instead of a rolled amount.
Fair.
So
you always get 8, you always get 16.
Yes. So it's like you get this much. And so you first get this ability at 10th level. Imagine it's
10.
It's 10. Yeah, it's just
you get 10 at the start of the round. You have 10 temporary HP that you can divvy out to any ally within 15 feet of you.
Yeah. But see here.
And again, it's only to an ally.
You know what?
So if you don't use it, you don't use it.
I will say it does change how, like, when it's activated, because normally it's when a creature starts their turn there. So this would have to be at the start of your turn. Sure. You divvy it out to anybody that's,
and it's for free. And this wouldn't be action economy. Yes. This is just passive. Yes. Man, and if we did this, let's say there's no allies around. You put in caveat. If there are no allies around, or only when there are no allies around, you can convert half of this amount into damage. Twilight guy, you play both sides of the field. So you have 10 temporary HP that you can give out to any ally within 15 feet. And only when there are no allies within 15 feet can you convert half of that to a damage attack to an enemy within 15 feet.
That's cool.
Why not?
That's cool.
Super simple, super basic, still can happen every single round. It's a free 5 points of damage. If you're by yourself, free 5 points of damage. No attack action economy.
I'm cool with that. I don't mind that. I think that's a good way to balance it, especially going back and forth.
And I would not mind, like you said, every single round, one person getting temp HP. Like, again, if I'm just right within my barbarian and I'm just throwing 10 temp HP at them every round, okay, that's fine. It's not 10 to everyone, but quick 10. And again, it's just a flat number. Boom. I give you 5, give you 10. I give you 8, I give you 2. No more rolling. Just boom, I give that. And oh shit, I don't have any allies. Fuck it. Free 5 points of damage. Now let me roll my attacks. Why the fuck not? I think that kind of sounds better for this person that's being engulfed in this shroud that they're walking around with. And again, when you think about like Twilight and Dusk and this glooming, I'm thinking of like we talk about the veil, right? We're talking about like that walking between the worlds, the light and the dark, living and dead. Why can't I convert this into I wouldn't want it to be equal. I wouldn't want this to be you have 10 points to heal or attack with, but I like this idea that you're meant to be the guiding light. But if you're not, like I said, you can also use your darkness in the Twilight to put fear into people. Why can't I also damage them if I have no one to heal? You know what I mean? It's like your backup, but it only is when you don't have allies. So it's not like you can have an ally next to you and then still choose to do damage. Your first instinct is to protect, but then your second instinct is then to protect yourself. And that's what it is, right? It's temp HP for your allies. And if your allies aren't there to have it, then it's a protection for you by hoping that you can take down your enemy quicker.
Yeah, I do like that. I do like that a lot.
I think that would be my overall solution, actually. I think that makes me feel happier with everything, is if we actually just, because I think that's been our biggest contention. A lot of this has been this temporary HP. I think having the choice of splitting it, a static number, split between your allies instead of equal, and just having an option to convert it to damage if you're by yourself. I feel like that works well with the lore. It cleans up some of the language and it makes the ability feel better both for the player, the DM, and the party. Mm-hmm. I think it feels better for everybody, and you don't have to change anything else. Like, everything else would still, the extra 5 points of damage now makes more sense because you might be able to add 5 points on top of that. Not all the time, Because even Hecate was saying 5 extra points of damage every round isn't that much, but an extra 5 points of damage if you're alone,
that's valid.
It's kind of just that it's that solo, I'm alone, so I get extra damage because I'm by myself. I'm not here to protect anybody but myself.
I'm spending the energy and effort that I would be spending on protecting my allies on and I focus that on honing in on the enemy.
Yeah. I think that sounds kind of dope, actually. And I think a 1-to-2 ratio, better, 2 heal to 1 damage makes sense too. You know what I mean? Like the conversion rate. It wouldn't make it feel too bad. And again, it's only situational, but an extra 5 points of damage, let's face it, that's going to make those extra attacks.
It would be an extra 10 point when you get to level 20.
And you can even add the verbiage. You can choose to make it radiant or necrotic. This damage is considered radiant or necrotic. Yeah. You choose at the time of attacking. If you have no allies and you convert that 10 to 5 points of damage, you choose radiant or necrotic just like everything else.
Yeah.
It's all the same thing. You're just manipulating this passive energy.
Now, is this only when you're in your beast form? Or is this
No. It's when you started having like the dark shroud around you.
So when you are in dim light or darkness, so that's just period.
Yeah.
Beast form or not. It says including beast form, but not limited to. Okay.
Exactly. Which is why I think it's even better that way, because at that point, you're just kind of that dude in the background who just has those little has those little moments.
Yeah. Dude, I like it.
I'm very confident in that suggestion. Out of all of the things that we've suggested, because we've talked about a lot today, that might be my guaranteed overall number 1 suggestion. It's reconsider, instead of doing these roll for temp HP, make it flat, make it divvyable, and then also make it convert to damage in a pinch.
Sure.
It's passive, requires no action economy, just happens. Everyone benefits, everyone loves it, and there's so much more tactical maneuvering that you can do depending on the situation that you're in. And it doesn't feel like, oh, I have no allies. Well, that sucks. Can't use it. Sure. At least there's a backup. At least there's always something that you can do with it. And if you don't like the idea of turning it into attack, like if you're another kind of person that's just like, no, it's supposed to be only for protection. If you have no allies within 15 feet of you, you can take half of the amount of temp HP.
Sure.
Done.
No, I'm not mad at that.
Or you can take half the amount of temp HP as healing. So you can either give out 10 temp HP amongst as many people as you want, up to 10, or you can give yourself 5 if no one else is around. But 5 real heal points, like 5 real HP.
And it won't give you anything if you're already sitting at max, so you're not just benefiting.
Yeah, it's not gonna give you temp HP. It's only to heal yourself. So that would be even fine. I'd be totally fine with giving myself a quick little 5. Again, if I'm really low, little bit of a bump of HP, I'm fine. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a lot, but it's something. I would rather damage, like, let's face it, in a combat, I'd much rather do 5 damage than take 5 heals. But who knows? You know what I mean? Depends on the situation.
Well. I like this a lot.
We still have one more ability too.
Do we?
Yeah, we have the Umbral Cataclysm.
Oh.
That we haven't even read yet.
Oh.
This is once per long rest. As an action, you collapse Twilight into a single point you can see within 60 feet. A 30-foot radius sphere centered on that point erupts with dusk fire. Each creature of your choice in the sphere must make a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, the creature takes 5d8 radiant and 5d8 necrotic. See, there's the combo. Why weren't we getting this before? And is blinded until the end of your next turn. On a successful save, the creature takes half damage and isn't blinded. Till the end of your next turn, the sphere is heavily obscured by swirling dusk. Okay, so it does a shit ton of damage and blinds. I'm kind of seeing where it's going. This is kind of one of those ones where it doesn't seem to relate to any of the other abilities, but I get it. Like, I totally get where this one's coming from. It just doesn't seem like it. I was not expecting this. There was no real lead up to this, but I definitely understand where this is coming from.
So
see, this is where I wouldn't mind that when this happens, if you're going to damage all enemies within a certain blast radius, this is the ability I want every ally in the blast radius to get 10 HP.
Oh,
this is where that would happen. And what if we went with our example, you get the 10 cap, right? And you get to divvy it out however you want. At this capstone, every ally gets 10 temp HP. Boom.
So I don't mind that. I will say, because of that first line, because specifically the word collapse, I feel like after this, for at least a time, you should not be able to use any of your shadow effects.
Oh, interesting.
Like anything, like, because you bring the Twilight with you, but now you're using it to do this.
Like it's almost like it took it from you.
Yes, it's gonna take. Like, remember how you were talking about like the pushing out of the darkness and the bringing it back in, and how it takes a little bit of time. Like, I imagine it's gonna take you some time to regather that Twilight that you just collapsed around you and exploded into this massive amount of Twilight whatever. And I imagine it's gonna take you some time to rebuild that up around you. You know what I mean?
So like a set number of turns after this that you can't use any of your previous abilities. Like it has to recharge.
Yes, like 2 or 3 rounds.
I get that. I totally would get that. Like if this isn't
not the whole combat,
but if this isn't your end all be all and this didn't end the fight, it should be hard.
Like I'm trying to fuck shit up here. I'm trying to like make
I don't
it
think
happen.
enough, I don't think enough I don't think enough capstones do that. Where they're like, this better work. There's not enough that, I mean, the capstone is you just putting your all into it. So if your all isn't good enough, that should suck. That should be a little bit fearful, right? Kind of like Vegeta blowing himself up and just being like, oh, that didn't work. Well, I don't have enough energy to even stand. I'm going to just collapse, right? Like that's that kind of moment of, if it doesn't work, oh well. But then again, that's why you want to use it, right?
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't work, it's all fucked anyway.
Yes.
So I don't mind that. I don't mind there being a period afterwards where they wouldn't be able to use their regular abilities. I think that's great. I don't mind the 5d8 radiant and necrotic. That doesn't sound that, honestly, for an 18, like that doesn't sound bad at all. I mean, 10d8 damage is great. Don't mind. Don't mind that at all. 30-foot radius, I don't mind that. Duskfire is weird. Again, just things I'm just like, I didn't really expect that. Didn't really like come up at all. You know what I mean? That could actually be how we bring that up earlier, though, is when we were talking about how if no allies are around you, you can turn your temp HP into an attack. That could be Duskfire. That could be the first time you introduce Duskfire. Because it says right here, it erupts with Duskfire. So it's a new thing. Oh,
I see what you're saying.
So we could have introduced that earlier by saying that when you convert temp HP into Duskfire, you do 5 points of damage, right?
Got you.
So we could have done something like that, which would have been kind of cool. The blinded effect, I love that.
I hesitate to say this, but I kind of like the idea, especially if it is something that detracts from your ability to use your stuff. I wouldn't mind verbiage that says even blinds people that are immune to the blinded condition, but some people are immune to blinded because they don't see with their eyes.
Yeah, so that I don't know if that would necessarily work, but I do. Yeah, I really like it. I mean, until the end of your next turn, it's heavily obscured. That would make more sense why you don't have your abilities, because until the end of your next turn, you have a chance to get away because it's heavily obscured. So that would be more of a reason why it would make sense why it stays up.
So here's the deal: you were talking about temp HP to your allies. According to this, your allies would get hurt.
As an action, you collapse Twilight, 30-foot radius, each creature of your choice.
Oh, of your choice.
Yeah. Which, again, I never understand that, because it's like, when am I ever going to do that to creatures that aren't my enemies? Like in the sense of when it's a damage, like I get certain things like, darkness. I can choose to not affect you by magical darkness. That makes sense. I'm going to do a damage dealing spell. Why, in what situation? Outside of min-maxing where it's like, no, damage me because I'll get this boost. Outside of that, it just doesn't make sense that you would innately say you have to choose not to damage your allies. Well, why would I want to?
I will say this, maybe not, it's not choosing to not damage your allies, but it's choosing to not damage an enemy. Imagine if I'm going to do this, right? And I'm up against this group of bandits or some shit like that, right? And there are some semi-powerful bandits, right? And I want to roll an intimidation check on these people.
Okay,
and I drop out my thing, and I drop every single one of their dudes, and I just walk up to the main dude in the darkness, and I'm just like,
If
you want to keep playing with me?
If that ever fucking happened in a D&D game in 5th edition, I would 100% agree with you. But no, that's not how 5th edition plays.
I will say
because no one plays like that. And I love that idea.
There are a lot of people, and I hear this all the time on like TikTok and different things like that, but people are trying to add to the idea that combat, just killing things is not the end of combat.
Yes,
right?
And I hate that mentality.
And I think I hate
playing that.
I think that needs to be encouraged more. So like
that's why we want to put it in the ADMG and in the APHB.
Like, including abilities like this, I think is valuable for that type of mindset. But again, you know,
but the idea is like the mechanics basically says, why would I do that though? Why would because mechanically speaking, enemies are just going to attack. Enemies just always attack. Enemies don't stop fighting. Enemies, unless it's narrative, you know, let's say this person has info, enemies attack until they're dead. Like that's just how 5th edition has always run it. And that's the unfortunate part is, yes, I agree with you. That is the situation I would expect my players in High Point to do. I would expect them to do a show of force just to get a surrender. That is absolutely 100% the right move. Show that to me in 5th edition, ever. Because I just don't buy it. I don't buy that that's how 90% of 5th edition players think.
90%, you're correct. But I do believe... Again, what we do all of this for, it's like it's the inspiration to other people to think and do differently. Like I've seen people do cool stuff, like really, really cool stuff that isn't just smash it till it's dead. And I really want to encourage more of that. So
I think this is the way to do that. Like these are the rules that you need to have in order to have the opportunity, right? The idea of you can select creatures. It's just weird in a game where it's like, well, yeah, of course I'm not going to select my allies. Because that's, to me, that's the way that you just explained it is how we want to read this.
Sure.
But in reality, all it says is, oh, cool, my allies won't get hit.
Sure.
But you can change that by just saying it hits all enemies. Like the only reason why you would say it hits creatures of your choice is if you're playing a game where that choice matters.
Sure.
But I feel like I like this verbiage better because I expect that's how I play.
Mm-hmm.
But for 5th edition, I would expect it to read it only damages enemies. To me, they're one and the same because of the way 5th edition is played.
So,
but I do believe that the verbiage is important.
Maybe it's just because of how many people you can avoid, but for Evocation Wizards, I believe it's Evocation Wizards, they have an ability called Sculpt Spell, which means that they can choose a number of, I think it says you could choose a number of allies that aren't affected, but like if they want to cast Fireball on a room with a bunch of their allies,
you can protect them.
I can protect certain people, right? And so that's doing kind of the opposite of this.
Yeah. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Hecate. It's just more of a 5th edition thing of where I'm just like, it doesn't make much sense why I would not
1+ the spell slot.
You know, like why wouldn't I tell my allies, hey, you're not going to get hit by this?
Sure, exactly.
So yeah,
unless you're mad at one of your allies and you're like, fuck you in particular,
right? All right, so yeah, so other than what you said, which is giving a buffer after the fact that they can't use their abilities, I love that idea. I don't really see anything wrong with this as a capstone. It kind of came out of nowhere, but I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, I
mean, honestly, what would be really interesting is like you're collapsing Twilight. I'm trying to imagine what that actually like looks like, because like, could you even go and say like, you know, the area, a radius of 30 feet beyond this sphere is considered darkness or dim light. Like you're literally sucking the nearby light into the sphere. So outside of it, it's actually considered dark.
Well,
something like that, right? I'm just trying to figure out like,
would it be because the end, it's like you're bringing the dark into this area because
or the opposite. Yeah,
you're bringing the dark into this area. So like
the dark or the again, because you're bringing Twilight, which is like the opposite. So it's almost like during daytime it makes the area darker, and during nighttime it makes the outside area brighter. But how would you run that as a mechanic?
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to think of like.
But I do kind of like the mentality you're going with. I kind of imagine like going to like the picture that we were initially given. Like there were all these like little specks of stars. Like I imagine when this explosion happens, those stars are like shrapnel that are just like flying out to this area, and they almost like create this space-like void here where there's like tiny little specks of like twilight that like kind of like almost like blind you to a point where you can't really see what's everything else is like shrouded. Right. It's wild, but like I definitely like that. I definitely like that.
Yeah, outside of RP, I don't know any other like mechanical benefits you can mess with that. It's mostly just for RP purposes.
Sure, yeah.
So
I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah, I think for me, the only other thing I would do is if you're gonna do something like this for the capstone, there should be a benefit for the allies as well. Like it just does, it makes sense that if you're kind of putting all of your energy into this to damage a whole bunch of enemies, yeah, why not be able to say that in this particular case? I mean, this is when I would say your opportunity to give every ally within this radius temp HP. That sounds a lot better now than ever before. That'd be like my only other option, but great amount of damage. I like that it's split. Yeah, I mean, and once per long rest is also great. Like that's fantastic. Yeah. All right. So, let's see. So there was a lot that we had to talk about. I would say that there were adjustments that I would have to make each and every way along here to really make it work for me. I like the idea. I will say that the idea is solid. Playing with the concept of Twilight is an immaculate idea. Like just coming up with the concept of playing with Twilight, I will say is amazing. I'll definitely give it the inspiration point just because it's solid. Absolutely. We got a lot of good conversation out of it. I'm just trying to really balance this one out because it's like I like the idea.
Implementation.
Yeah, it's just I just feel like with every one we went through, there was just something that just needed to be tweaked, right? And it's been a while since we'd see this is the hard part is it's not me not wanting to be mean, it's me wanting to be realistic because it's been a long time since we've really had to break out every single level. Like some of the times it's like, oh yeah, no, that one's no change, or I'd only change this one thing. But this one I felt like every step of the way we were really trying to make it make sense. So, and at least I was trying to make it make sense. I get you. And I'm trying to understand, like, I want to give it the inspiration point, but it does need a lot of work. Like for me, I want to use it. I want this idea, but
I'll say the analogy that I'll use to articulate what this feels like to me is it feels like so many of the puzzle pieces are here, but some of them might be like upside down.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? So it's not like I don't feel like there's a whole lot missing. Like there is some, but like I don't feel like there's a whole lot missing.
It just doesn't fit exact.
Yes, it feels like, you know, this doesn't connect to this piece, right? Like let me
just tweaking it. It needs tweaks. It doesn't need refine. Yeah, the whole picture's there. It's just it's not put together. And a few tweaks, turning some puzzle pieces. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. I think there's a lot of solid ground here. I think that again, just concept of fucking with Twilight. I'm gonna have to sit on this for a minute. Like, I might mess with that a little bit in High Point because that is such a cool concept of. Yeah. Now, see, for me, everything. I probably wouldn't do this as so much a controlling light and dark, as in its High Point's version will be much more ingrained in like a Fey concept of these things would be the most powerful during Dusk and Twilight. So I would probably run it to where this thing, either whether it's a Fey creature that you're not meant to play, or even if you are meant to play it, you go in ebbs and flows. You're a decently solid character until these peaks, and during these peaks, you are. It's almost like a barbarian.
Do you know who Escanor is? He's from the anime Seven Deadly Sins.
Sounds. I know the name, but I haven't watched the anime.
So he's this crazy overpowered dude, but like basically his thing is he is a regular human at night. At midnight, he is the most weak, frail, normal looking dude you'll ever see.
Okay.
But the closer he gets to high noon, just the more like he is like infinitely powerful.
So it's almost like
noon.
So it's almost like the exaggerated version of Superman. It's quite literally he is perfectly powered by the daytime sun.
Yes.
And without it, it's nothing. Okay.
Yes.
That's kind of cool.
Like it's a very interesting concept, and
that's why I would like this. It's like, you know, maybe during the day, during daylight hours, you're one thing, during nighttime hours, you're another, and then you are
at the in-betweens.
You are everything. So like during the day, you're a healer with radiant damage. During the night, you're a necrotic damage dealer, and then in Twilight, everything comes together and you have access to. So it's almost like a Jekyll Hyde character. You almost have like not Moon Knight,
cool,
like a Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah.
So you are literally you are a different character night and day, and only for like a 2-3 hour section of each side.
They both get to come out.
You come? So and again in High Point, players
that would be crazy character idea.
And in High Point, that makes perfect sense. Like characters are way more in control of like the day-night cycle. Like if you just want to wait to leave, you can wait a couple hours to leave.
Sure.
Like yes, it'll matter to the story, but I'm not sitting there like nope. It's 9 a.m. You gotta leave right now. Like if you want to wait the extra 9 hours to be dusk, that's fine. I'm going to make sure that the enemy had extra 9 hours on you. So, maybe they're more planned, maybe they're more prepared, maybe they left, but you can do that. But, for me, that would work. I like this idea of almost having a duality character, and at the Twilight is when everything shines. Now, as a playable character, it sounds better to do a day and night cycle, and then the two combine. As a Fey creature, it would just be like, when they're seen, they seem abnormal, but their power access is during the Veil hours. So it's only when the night and dark overlap is when they actually have access to their magic and their Fey-like abilities. And then when that phase goes, they're just mortal again.
Sure.
And that would be even kind of cool. But that's how I would have run it. It's just, how do you make a mechanic for that?
Yeah.
Again, and that's where High Point, like, that's why I've even gotten to the point to where, like, I had to do a little intro summary for a server that I'm on. And I actually wrote down something I've never written down before. And at first I almost like undid it because I was just like, I don't want to be that cocky. Sure. But then I started thinking about it. I'm like, no, it's actually probably the most accurate way to put it now is like, I even said like, I'm an avid gamer. I do this, I do that. And I DM my own TTRPG. And I almost undid that. I'm just like, well, no, I'm more really a D&D DM. And I'm like, but I'm not anymore. Like I've been over the last 2 years doing this podcast. Like I've learned over this time that I don't play D&D anymore. Not in the sense of what people would categorize it as. It has changed so much. It's not even like, it's just its own TTRPG. It is primarily based on second edition Forgotten Realms with a lot of the lore and the base mechanics. But the moment you step away from base mechanics, the moment you want to do anything that's not in the book, it's open to you. And most of my rules are consistent. It's not like I just, I do a lot of in the moment homebrewing for very unique ideas, but for the most part, everybody still follows the same path and same upgrades.
Even in D&D, people do that.
Exactly.
But like, you are absolutely correct. Like we even talked about this not too long ago, how some people use the term D&D as the term Kleenex.
Yeah, it's interchangeable.
For everything. But there are a lot of other people who are like, who are trying to like,
D&D is a set of rules, and Cyberpunk's a set of rules, and Fate is a set of rules, and Daggerheart's a set of rules.
Yes,
these are different games. They're all TTRPGs, but they're not all D&D.
Exactly, and you have a different and unique set of rules that has been culminated, that has been taken inspiration from D&D. But here's the deal: Daggerheart took inspiration from D&D. All these other systems took inspiration from D&D.
And change the rules, change the rules to their liking and their specifications, and that's kind of where I'm at now. Is it was kind of funny to write that, and I'm just like, it was the first. I had never even thought about High Point as my own TTRPG until I'm just idly just like, oh, I do this, I DM my own TTRPG, and I'm like, is that how I think now? So it was kind of one of those moments where I caught myself off guard. I'm like, no, High Point is its own TTRPG because I wouldn't even call it the way that I run it. I wouldn't even like. Because you know how some people like talk about just mechanics, right? They're like, oh, you need to play other TTRPGs for other mechanics. Like, I've looked at other TTRPGs. I love individual mechanics, but just because they have one mechanic I like doesn't mean I'm going to learn their entire new rule set and replace everything I know and am comfortable with just because that one mechanic. And vice versa, I only really called it D&D mostly for the lore. Like, it wasn't really for like the hardcore rule sets of D&D. Mostly that was just how to build a character, build your HP, and do combat. But everything else is based off of like every other TTRPG I've ever written or read. And it's just like, it's one of those things where it's like the experience of High Point isn't the experience of D&D for anybody. It is a unique, like High Point's basically just a unique single world experience that you can experience in almost any way you want. Like you could build a cyberpunk character. I have the concept of archaic, like, circuitry. Like if you want to be cyberpunk, you just won't be cyberpunk in 3000, in New York 3000. But you could still be a cybernetic creature in a world of magic, because that's a different type of magic. Like electronics is just something different, right? Like,
sure.
And that's where I feel like some people, I get where the semantics happen, because like rules matter and people just like a set of rules, and they just say, I bought the book, so therefore I need to justify my purchase by saying that I can't break these rules, because otherwise why did I pay? I have a lot of problems with people who are just like rule Nazis about, no, if you play a system, you have to only play those rules. And if you want a different rule, you should go play the other system that has that rule you like, ignoring all of the other rules that I'd like or dislike.
Here's the deal.
But it's just, I don't know. It's funny that I said that.
What you just said is literally the counter to what they just said. I am playing a different system. I'm playing a different system that has all the rules that I like.
Yes.
It's the one I made.
It just happens. It just so happens that a lot of the rules I like are in other systems.
Why do you want me to go play that system when my system has that rule?
Yeah.
My system has that rule. What do you mean? I don't need to go over there.
But if you like that rule, you should go play that TTRPG.
No,
why?
This one has it. This one has it.
So I made a TikTok today.
TTRPG, bro.
So on TikTok, okay, real quick, Hecate, okay, with all of the bonuses and everything, but again, with the amount of struggle that I would have to do to make this work, I'm going to have to be honest and say that this one is going to get a 5.
Okay.
It gets the inspiration point, but I just can't justifiably give it its own 5 without the inspiration point, simply because there was just too much I would have to modify. So it's the compatibility issue. Love the idea.
Sure.
Really want to see this develop. I personally cannot use it as it is. I could work with it. Like, it's not a complete scrap, right? It's not like I would just gotta start from scratch. I could work with this, but it would take quite a bit of maneuvering to the point. Sure. And again, this is where I'm trying to understand how I do these compatibility points, is it's not just a like to dislike ratio, right? It's compatibility. The amount of changes I would have to do, while I would keep the spirit of this, it would not look at all the same way of what Hecate was trying to build. And that's interesting. To me, there's a big difference between why certain things get a 6 or a 7 versus a 3 or a 4. Like, I could love the idea. I could want to play the idea, but in my own game, if it just cannot work as written in any way, shape, or form, it has to be a 2.
Sure.
Right? It doesn't matter how much I want to play it in a TTRPG. If it can't work for High Point, I can't do anything about that. And something that I fucking hate, but would work perfect, like would just fit right in High Point, even though I would hate my player to use it, I would give it a 9 out of 10. Be like, sure, I wouldn't want to use it, but it fits. And that's the thing, is like, it's not, there's nothing wrong with this. It's just that, again, when it comes to the compatibility score, I have to take into account how much of what's written will not change. And sure. If that is a more than 50%, then you're going to get at least a 5.
Sure.
But again, if it's more than half of it, or in this case, like 80% of it, that I would have to nitpick just to make my rules fit, that's when I have to be honest and be like, it's not compatible.
Sure.
The idea is, that's why it's not a 0 or a 1, but that's where it's just like, I would have to basically mutilate it away from what Hecate's idea was.
The original intent, for sure.
And that's where I feel like sometimes I don't state that enough, because we usually don't give low scores, but that's why I'm always very specific on, it's a compatibility, not a desire or a value or my thoughts on how good it is, right?
Right.
It sucks, because I almost like want to give it 2 scores, but then it gets too complicated.
Absolutely.
But
absolutely.
Yeah. So Hecate, I hope you understand. I hope you enjoyed the review. I hope you like a lot of the ideas that we gave you. But yeah, I love the idea. I'd love to see if you do anything with it. But if you don't and you like it as is, let me know if you ever truly do a full playtest with other players. I'd love to see how it turns out.
Absolutely.
And I want to actually give some examples of how it would work with others. So
okay,
like other players, how synergistic it would be with other builds. That's the one thing that I really want. And that gives Hecate new average.
Yes, indeed.
7. Damn.
7.
Got a 5 and still rocking a 7. Don't even need to worry about it.
Hecate's had some bangers.
Yeah, and it doesn't even need to worry about it.
We still have one of my favorites to come, dude. I cannot wait.
Which one?
They're samurai.
Oh, we still haven't gotten the samurai. Damn, we still need the samurai.
Yes, dude. Yes.
But anyway, going back to our little rant before that, I made a TikTok today because I've been seeing like more just recently of these posts about just, you know, game purists and you should do this and you should just go to a different system. So I've just been seeing a lot of those posts of just like, you know, and there's a lot of people in the comments too. A lot of these people that are just like, yeah, you know, I love D&D once I homebrewed all the rules out. Like everyone just kept doing all this stuff. And again, it's just like, I feel like the community at large has definitely fallen victim to the the capitalization of D&D, like the capitalism. Like the capitalism is just
right.
Like, you know, just basically people are now so interested in the fact of this company put this thing out and I bought it, therefore it's complete and it's done and it's good. And if I don't like something, I just go to another one. And then there are the people out there that are like, no, I just play the one that I want because it's tried and true and they keep making updates to it, blah, blah, blah. And then there are other people like us where it's like, I'm in the middle, man. I love them all. I love that there are all of these options, but there is no one. Like, I don't even say, like, I don't even like D&D as a whole, like 100%. Like, I'm not even a 100% diehard D&D fan. I like Forgotten Realms from 2nd edition. Like, that's a hard thing for me to talk about in a lot of these conversations because people immediately assume I'm in the D&D camp. No, I am in the 2nd edition Forgotten Realms camp. That's my fandom. That is my favorite. But as a whole in TTRPGs, I think they're all amazing. I just don't think there is any one TTRPG that does everything. Like, is there a TTRPG that does horror very well? I'm sure it does, but they probably suck at combat.
Sure.
Is there a TTRPG that does HP that just perfectly represents how HP works? I'm sure it does. Their weapons probably suck. I'm sure there's a TTRPG that does magic immaculately, perfectly even. No questions, no changes. But their travel and their narration probably suck. Like, there's so many TTRPGs out there. This idea that we're fighting over the one group that says you should only play one, the other side of the group that says you should, you should play every single one and you should just find one. If you're like, I saw this one comment which sounds so asinine. Is they were basically like, if you have to homebrew a rule, you're playing the wrong TTRPG. And it's like, do you know the fucking asinineness of that? You want me to spend 1,400 hours, $9,000 just to find a TTRPG that has 80% of the rules I like instead of 70% or 60% or I could just be like, that's a cool mechanic and this one doesn't do it as well. I'm just going to do it like that. And then all the fucking purists out there are like, but it breaks the game. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. If I give my D&D party a weapon that does 100 points of damage flat every time you swing it, someone's gonna be like, that breaks the game. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I will just give them something that takes more swings. Like, it's not broken if you know how to mess with it. But it's the people who say, well, that will break my game. They run this line of I've made rules, but I'm leaning in on rules I didn't make.
So
to the point that if I go against those ones, I can't run my game.
I will say this. I think that there are some of the builds that we've received, which is probably why they get low scores, that would break your game. But they would break your game because of what you have defined your game as.
Exactly.
This is what I want out of my game. And in order to include that thing right there, I would have to do things I don't want.
Yes.
And so that breaks my game. And so I don't want to do that thing.
And it doesn't matter that particular mechanic, the way they do it, well, but the way they do that one so much better because it works with everything else. Right. It works with everything else they made. But unless I like everything else they made, if that mechanic doesn't work with what I made, and that's what I don't like. So I made a TikTok today, kind of just getting so irritated with this conversation.
Sure.
So I kind of made one that just kind of was the everybody shut up one.
The F you to everybody.
And I don't do skits very often, but I thought I did it in a skit way. But it was basically me doing the 4 arguments. So I started off with like, you know what? I love D&D. There are so many different modules and they're so well written. We could literally play, and there's so many of them. Me and my party could play forever and never get through them all. And then I went to another character where it's like, you know what? This is exactly why I love homebrewing. Because there are so many different mechanics that I can use, and I can come up with so many different ways to play it that me and my party could play forever and never get through it all. Then go into the third person. See, this is exactly why I always love trying new TTRPGs. 3-4 times a year, I find a new TTRPG because with all of them and all the cool mechanics, I could play them all for years and never get through them all. And then my final person was, and you see, I get that. But see, this is why I like taking pieces from all the different TTRPGs and adding them into my ongoing big campaign story, because I can do all the things I like, and there's so much complexity that my players can play with it for years and never get through it all. And then I just ended it with me, serious face, going, just play the fucking game how you want. Because that's literally every argument. It's either, I love this game because it's 100% locked in. Well, I like homebrewing it because it allows me to and it's 100% locked in. Well, I like trying new TTRPGs because each and every one of them locks in. Well, I like making my own out of all of your shit because it locks in. Well, guess what?
Lock in.
You all do the same fucking thing!
Lock in, king!
But that was the whole point of the thing, is like, when each and every one of you could say the reasons why you like the way you play, but you all end it with, and I can do this for years and never finish, then why are you saying, well, your way is wrong? Like, if you say you have to be a purist about it, why? Why do I have to be a purist? Why do I have to only play one? Why do I have to play every TTRPG out there?
The reason why is because you challenging their particular choice makes them feel like their choice is less valid.
That's fair.
And
I think it's also a cost fallacy. If you bought all the books, you're mad that, well, I bought the books, I did the time, I put them, yeah, you did. You did all of that. Are you happy with your choice? Because I see these people with all the books and they know every edition and they're like, I've run games from every single one. It's like, okay, but how, like, do you even remember any of them? Like, how many games did you run in that TTRPG? 2? Was there anything memorable that happened in those ones that you talk about to this day? Because believe me, 10 years in, and I still got stories from High Point that people talk about.
And what's awesome is, like, you can have those memorable moments in each one of the, like you said initially, if that's how you like to play, if that's how the people you play with like to play, then freaking play that way, dude. Like you don't need to throw shade at everybody else for not doing what you do to make doing what you do be valid. And you can be valid all by your freaking self.
And it's so funny. The two different types of purists on the same coin, right? The ones that are like, no, you play one game and you just continuously play it, or you play every game until you find the one, right? Those are the two purist camps, right? It's either the one or all of them. And I'm just like, I just feel like none of you are creative enough to just make a rule on your own and enjoy it. Like, the idea, and again, it's usually those groups that are telling everybody else they're wrong. I have never heard a homebrewer say, hey, you are playing wrong if you don't change the rules. If you read that book and you don't change a single word, you're fucking wrong, and you don't deserve to play this game. I've never heard that from a homebrewer.
I think that it's very likely that they might not be the best at homebrewing, but I also think that a large part of it stems from fear. And what I mean by that is, if I make up a rule myself and somebody comes to my table and they don't like my rule, I have to defend my rule because I made it and it was my choice. Yep. And they're like, oh, it's not balanced with the... But if you're playing another rule with another system, you can put all the onus and all the responsibility on Wizards of the Coast. You can put it on.
Hey, it's not my rules, guys. It's not my rules.
This is what the book says. I'm just doing what the book says. You can't get mad at me. It's the book.
And here's the funny thing.
Be mad at the book.
I have had so many arguments about homebrew, and at the end, most of the arguments end with an understanding or actually excitement. I would say 9 times out of 10, it ends in understanding or excitement, and that one-off time, it ends in a, okay, I don't understand, but it is your game. I respect that.
Sure.
I have had so many more conversations about hard rules that are written right in front of you, and 3 different people will tell you 3 different things and they will never agree about a rule that's written right in front of them. So I'm just saying, again, I've never heard a homebrewer tell other people that they should feel bad about the way they play. And I've never had a homebrew rule argue to the point to where someone leaves the table. But I have had people leave the table over a fucking book rule. So explain that to me. If you guys can't even agree on your own fucking rules in the book, and you will end a gaming session.
That is my point. It is, they stick so hard to what somebody else has written and what somebody else has said, and the responsibilities on somebody else, that they are just saying, I'm gonna stick with what I think, what it's
like I said, I just don't get. I don't mind if people are purist. I don't mind if people play the game to the book. Absolutely. I don't care if you made up all the rules. I don't mind. I'm just gonna have fun. I just don't understand this mindset of all of these, because again, you go on TikTok and there's people like, all those, home brewers, they just don't know how to have a good game. I'm like, okay, well, I also have a couple $1,000 more than you do.
How to have a good game? I'm having great. Who are you to tell me whether my game is good or not?
Exactly. And all these people are like, you just need to do that. Why? Give me a good fucking reason other than it's in a book. Because you spent money on something, you go and enjoy it. I don't have to. But again, if you don't want to play a game that, again, because here's my thing. If you were legit one of those players who were like, if I can't read ahead of the game I play, I don't want to play it. Fine. That's a valid reason. I don't agree with it. But again, there's that player entitlement. If I can't read and know every rule before I make a decision, then I don't want to play because I want to understand and know every decision I make, and I want to have an expectation of outcome. That is how some people play, and I disagree with that, but I don't like those I usually don't play with those kind of D&D players because I like having nuance.
Absolutely.
I don't like this idea that a spell is a spell is a spell is a spell is a spell, and every time, 100% in every possible situation, that spell will go off without. I don't like that. I don't like that, and I don't like this idea that the players are just getting mad because they're like, no. But see, I read this before we played, and I expect it to work this way, so now I'm gonna cause problems. It's like those people in a store. You're just in a store trying to buy some shit, and someone misread a deal, or they have an expired coupon, and they'll sit there for 20 minutes arguing with the cashier because they expected to get 5% off, and for some reason they can't, or they picked up the wrong item on a shelf. And they're like, but the sign said 5%. It's like, that was for the other brand. And they're like, but it's right next to the, like, all of that shit. Sure. That's the same argument I'm hearing is stop wasting my fucking time. Stop wasting my time with these arguments, right? Like, you expected something to happen, and I'm telling you as the DM, narratively, it's not going to. Now we can sit here and fight about the mechanics of the rules, or you can experience the story I'm trying to tell you. Maybe there's a reason. Like, this is why I can't stand those fucking arguments, is when I get when something's wrong. Like, hey, roll me that. Okay, cool. I'm using this weapon. Cool. Roll me the D4. It's a D6 based on the book. Was there okay, it is a D6. Cool. That's fine. But when you're just like, no, it does this, like, I gotcha. But for right now, it's doing this. No, it says this. Right. But right now, in the situation you're in, I'm telling you it works like this. That's not what it means. I don't. And then you have the players who will be like, well, I'm not going to do that then if it doesn't do what I wanted it to. And that I can't fucking stand. That is the equivalent of save scumming in IRL. When a player asks to do something and says, this is what I'm going to do, and they find out that it's not going to do what they want, and they're like, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to. Like, they just literally go, no, we're not going to do that. Even if we've spent there 15 minutes talking about your action, you're going to be like, well, I'm not going to do that instead because it doesn't do what I want, so I'm going to do this instead. And it's like, you just wasted my fucking time, and everybody here's time, instead of just dealing with the consequences because you're mad that you're not going to get what you wanted. I'm not saying like it's a complete, like, I'm changing the rules. It's just that.
Let me ask you this, because I'll say, like, if I'm taking an action with a specific understanding and that understanding is fully inaccurate, and if I had known that in the beginning, I for sure would not have done that.
Yeah. There's times like that make sense, but it's like you like I've had someone who tried to cast a fireball, and they thought they knew who the enemy was. They thought they knew what the enemy was. We all thought we knew what the enemy was. The spell did not go off the way they thought the spell should go off based on the enemy they thought they were fighting. 20 minutes later, the DM's like, you're not fighting what you think you're fighting. Big reveal. And then they were like, well, then I'm not going to do that. You can't undo it with post. So basically, imagine like a tiefling is in disguise. You cast fireball because you're like, I'm going to fuck this guy up because he looks like a dwarf. And then fire damage. And you're like, well, I'm not going to do that then. That's not how the game. You use the information that you were.
They're trying to hardcore metagame.
And that's my point. But that's my point is like when you give an inch. Yes, if you did something and you were just absolutely unaware of the reality, that's one thing. But it's when you want to do something and in game there's a reason it won't work. So you want to completely undo what you did because it didn't work for a real reason, not in misunderstanding. For an in-game reason.
That's called being being unaware of something, right? You ever heard of a show called Undercover Boss?
Yeah.
The CEO of the company goes in and dresses up like an employee and goes and then the manager of that store talks to them like they're stupid And then they get fired. You don't get to go back and, oh, I didn't know that. I was going to do that.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't have said that if it was you.
No, I didn't
That's
do that.
the point. You wouldn't have said it if it was me.
You don't get to just third party, just retract what you said. That's not how this.
And that's my point is like when it comes to, this is why when I talk about player entitlement, this is what I'm talking about. Players that if they don't, I mean, I kind of went through this with Lucifer a little bit too. Like there was a point trying to get Lucifer to play in High Point and he couldn't wrap his brain around the fact that things weren't written down. Like he couldn't pre-research anything. He wasn't in it for the experience. He was in it for what he could do ahead of time. And that's not how High Point works. High Point is not designed for these veteran players. Like, yes, there are plenty of resources that I will allow you to have access to, but the concept of what happens in game is completely within the confines of the game. You're not going to learn my NPCs. I'm not going to give you a list of all the NPCs you could possibly, talk to. I'm not going to give you a list of every god in my realm so you can min-max who gives you the best perks for following them. That's an experience. That is the point of High Point. It's an experience and a story that you craft. You don't craft the story before you start it.
Sure.
Like you get the elements of it, but like you can tell me you want a combat story. You could tell me you want an adventurer story. You could tell me you want a romance story or a drama. You could tell me the main character and the main actor, you can't dictate the script before this starts.
Absolutely. I can understand somebody, like, say if I'm at character creation and I want to make a cleric, but I don't know what god I want to make.
Totally fine to talk about.
Like, I'd be like, hey, what kind of gods do you have here? Like, I want to be the cleric of a god of death, or I want to be a cleric of
and
this,
then I would ask you things like, well, what are you looking to get from your god? What kind of relationship do you want? Do you want perks from the god? What do you want to do in order to earn the perks? That would be a building block. And guess what? You would experience what it would be like to find God. Because in game, that's what your character's backstory. You found the god. And that's how we do that. But you don't just go, okay, cool. I've read all of your books. I'm doing this, because of 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 this, and because of this, and I know that you're going to fight me against that. So I have this because of that. It's like, don't plan your whole game.
What you're talking about is people who like Baldur's Gate 3.
Yes.
What you're talking about is people who like Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, that is the game
experience that they want to be able to have. They want to be able to go through, find the things, do the things. Oh, I'm going to cast command on this dude, make him drop his sword. Oh, I'm going to go find this secret area and go grab this thing.
And this is when players hate being told no in reality. Like when you see it in Baldur's Gate where I'm going to do command word so I can drop a sword. If I at level 1 or level 2 or whatever, if you're pre-level 5 and I give you a BBEG like creature with a great weapon, do not think for one fucking second I'm going to let you get away with drop your weapon. No, I don't care if the mechanics say that. That's just, again, it's like commanding someone to do something, like a command, using command to make the king give you his crown. It's not gonna fucking work. I don't care. Well, okay, command is different, like persuasion. Just because you roll in that 20 doesn't mean the king's just gonna sign over the deed of the kingdom. Like shit like that doesn't work. And I really get tired of the concept of these players who are like, but when they're just like I don't mind them asking clarifying questions or trying to understand why something happened. But when you say there are reasons and they go, but I expected, I don't care. And the fact that you demand those reasons out of game means that you're not here for the experience of what I'm giving you.
I had a player once, and this was something that I struggled with a little bit when it came to working with them, because I kind of understood the struggle that they were going through. It was like, okay, you are this character, and they were like psychic, not psychic, but like kind of psionics, like kind of mind reading, like that was the vibe they were going for, like spells that do that type of stuff. And so they wanted to jump into somebody's mind, right? They wanted to interact in a specific way like that. And so one of the things that they tried to do was they tried to dive into somebody's mind, and they tried to go deeper and all this extra stuff. And so the problem that I have is like, you roll really well. I want to reward you. I want to give you something, but I can't just give you everything. I can't just lay it out for you and be like, yep, the whole book is open to you. You can have whatever information you want. There's got to be some sort of limit that we go through, specifically when you're dealing with people out of your league, right? You got to recognize that if I'm level 3 and I walk up to or approach a level 20 character, and I just want to get in your mind and know what you're thinking and know all your deepest, darkest secrets, right? Imagine you know, in some of these scenarios, I don't know how familiar a lot of you guys are with the Fae and what it means to know someone's true name. Like, imagine if I could just walk up to anybody I felt like, read your mind, and know your true name, and now, boop, I can do whatever the heck I want to you.
And why aren't Fae doing that?
True name.
So why aren't Fae doing it? If a Fae can read your mind,
it's one of those scenarios where you have to say that there is some sort of limit to what you are able to do, specifically at the level you're able to do it, you know? And so for me, like, there are elements of, if you want to do something, like, now it's not always, like, I will say you can have a cantrip affect a level 20 character. Like, I'm not saying that it's just not going to do anything because they're so much more powerful you. It's just that the effect it's going to have on them is going to be much less, right? Like, if I'm trying to peer into somebody's mind, like, you're not going to get everything. They're going to have some sort of ability to be able to protect. Not everyone will. Some people you will. And he found this out because he was interacting with two different people, and he tried to get inside both of their minds. One person had a layer of defense, and it just would not work. But he was like, why doesn't it work? Why can't I even try? Like, and I'm like, it just, like,
work, sorry.
There were reasons for it.
But he doesn't
they
know
were
why.
unaware of, but like, there were reasons for it. So I had to try and find it, because there are times where it feels bad when I have abilities that I want to use and I want to feel useful, and
this
I want to be able to, like,
you bring that up a lot, but that's where I'm always like open to removing that, because again, player entitlement. If a player assumes and is entitled to, but my spell does this, I should, and then they get mad because you tell them no, but if they're mad because it didn't work, but they're not intrigued as to why, that is a problem with the player, in my opinion. It's not the DM's problem, because the player isn't there for the story and the experience.
They're mad that it's this example. Imagine you are a monk and you really were excited to have the deflect missiles, and you never get a missile shot at you.
Yes,
you feel useless. You feel like, I can't do the thing I was built to do. And so when it comes to, like, a player trying to use his abilities, trying to do the thing he was meant to do, and he gets shut down at every turn, or whenever he tries to use it.
Right.
And it's just,
but we're not talking about that. We're talking about a monk who got that, who loves it, and then the one time it doesn't work, they're like, why the fuck? Why did that work? Like,
the scenario I'm bringing up is the first one. It is when you are trying to use your abilities, but when you're trying to use it, the way you're trying to use it happens to be in a way that's, the world exists despite you, not because of you. Yes. Now, in my world, sometimes it is because of you, but for the most part, it's despite you. Like, the stuff that I created, the stuff that I built is there regardless of what you are. And so if you're dealing with a level 20 dude and you choose, there's a level 1 dude and a level 20 dude, you don't know which is which, but you choose that dude, guess what? It's not going to freaking work.
Yeah. And again, like, I feel like there's a disconnect when players aren't interested or intrigued by when that happens, and that's the thing, that this failure of players is D&D, especially in 5th edition. It's built to win. It's not built to struggle in that way, right? Like, you're built to win. So when someone goes through that, I feel like older generations of players, 1st, 2nd, even 3rd edition, when something didn't work as prescribed and it was intentioned, like the DM was like, no, you cast the right spell, this time it didn't work. That was usually cause for everyone to be like the players
what's
would get,
happening,
like,
why doesn't it not work, figure out how and what. It's supposed to be informational that helps you learn and understand the world better, because that's what we're doing.
Right. Okay, like imagine you're just up against a dude and you cast it and nothing happens. Back in the day, 9 times out of 10, the first thing would be like, is he a fucking dragon? Is he a fucking dragon? A human? Did we just fucking attack a dragon? Because that would be it. Because there was a very real reality. That dragon in a human form.
We've talked about this before. A lot of the time when you enter into a video game, the first thing you do is you explore the boundaries. You explore what's possible. That's what we're doing here. Like, I think that a lot of people aren't playing D&D to explore a game. They're playing it to have an experience.
Yes, right? And the experience they've crafted, the one that they built.
Preconceived in their mind ahead of time. It's
and
like,
that's what I'm against.
I want to be this specific. I'm not fully against it, because, like, I want people to feel like heroes. I want you to feel cool. I want you to feel like you're here to be a hero, to be whatever.
But you need the story to do that, not just the actions.
But there is a world that you exist in.
Yeah, you're not just going to be the hero. You have to become the hero.
You're not the one writing the story. And I feel like they're trying to be the hero and the one writing the story. And if you want to do that, literally write a book.
Well, and I think like a lot of players look at their game because of one shots, because of modules. I think a lot of players look at it from the point of view, kind of like a video game. This game is rendered with me at the center. Nothing exists beyond what my character sees, right? Their mindset is like a video game. When your character's there looking this direction, everything you see is there. Everything behind you is not rendered. You can turn around and it's there. But I feel like players have this mindset of this world exists because of me. Because if I wasn't standing here, there would be nothing to render. So therefore, everything that happens is for me. And that's the difference. And yes, some DMs do that, where this entire world is your plaything. It's there for you. But for me, you see, High Point doesn't exist because of, or regardless of the players, right? The High Point is just evolving.
That you say that because mine is both of those things at the same time. Meaning, yes, there's nothing rendered except what's around you. And yes, this world is created for you. But at the same time, this world is created. When you load into Minecraft, you didn't say, put a creeper here and blow up my house. The creeper showed up and blew up your
procedural.
House.
Yours is crafted for them, but it's procedural. Whereas mine is already in existence and you just enter it.
Exactly. And the cool thing is like when it gets procedurally generated, it stays that way. Yes. It's now fact. It just exists. It's real.
But it was procedural at the moment.
Exactly. And so just what you're exploring, like I almost always put my players in new places, and it's awesome when I can tie back in old places to where they're at. But like I want them to have something to explore, and I love that when something that they want to explore fits into something that exists, so then I can use what already exists for them to explore. Like it's but then when that occurs, what exists is already there, and so like that's what you're going to interact with, that's what you're going to touch, to play with, and you have to be willing to accept what that looks like. Right? You know, there's plenty of mines that you run into in Minecraft. They just already exist. Some of them have little huts in them and houses and chests that you can go and find. And there's great stuff there.
They didn't exist there before you started playing, but now that they exist there, they aren't existing there for you for a purpose. They are just there now.
Every time you load up that save game, that same stuff is going to be there.
Right. But it wasn't there because you needed it there. It's just there because the world said to be there. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's just where I'm at. I'm kind of over this whole conversation. Just like play the game the way you want. There is no right or wrong way. But I just, listening to the purists of just like, no, you got to change the game. No, you don't. Just find mechanics that you like and tell a story. That's all it is. All any TTRPG is a list of mechanics that you tell a story around. Or you tell a story with. That's it. It is a list of mechanics that you tell a story with. Anything beyond that is just what they are trying to sell you, right? Wizards of the Coast, Forgotten Realms, they are trying to sell you more of that content. But once you know the mechanics and you craft a story, nothing else matters. Forgotten Realms doesn't matter. Fucking Gygax doesn't matter. AO doesn't matter. Fucking Bahamut doesn't matter. Mistra doesn't matter. Like none of them actually matter if you just play the mechanics and a story, right? None of that actually changes whether or not you're playing D&D. Doesn't matter if you're playing the Fate system. If you have the core mechanics and you tell a story that work with those mechanics, you don't even have to say you're playing Fate. Like you're playing the Fate system. Like you can play the D&D system without playing D&D, right? Sure. You can use any additions mechanics, but tell a story that has nothing to, like you could do a modern day cyberpunk story with the mechanics of D&D, technically, right? Like it's just set dressing, right? Spells become tools. Like you can have the same effect, but it just says it works, it manifests differently. Like a wand is now a gun. Like there's ways to do that. So that's where I'm just kind of like, it's just mechanics. If I choose to make mechanics that, yes, that person made a mechanic for that system and that person over there made a mechanic for that system, sure, I could go learn those entire systems. But if I just like how that mechanic works and it works in my story, I'm just going to use the mechanic. Because it works with my story. I don't need to change everything and all the other ways. Because, if I change the way that you game and I change the way that Vixie games and I have to make you new characters and make a whole new set dressing just so we can go experience that one mechanic, I'm the kind of person where, some people, I don't want to spend money and hours learning new books. Some people don't want to spend the money and the hours it takes to build one giant ongoing story. Those are both totally valid. Not everybody wants to play the same world. No one plays the same game. I mean, even you, as the same character, have played so many different campaigns with Vixie, without Vixie, by yourself, with NPCs, with the Faction 5. Can you tell me that any of those gaming sessions, not even just the sessions, but any of those times when you were with NPCs, with other players, by yourself, were those all the same? Did you feel like you were playing the same game every time you played Dovd?
I will say this, it definitely feels like Dovd exists in the same world, but every experience is, and I again, for me, just because of the way I look at it, the experiences that Dobbs has, even though that they are all vastly different, like he feels like that's what makes them the same.
Yes.
Is that they're all vastly different, and that's exactly what they're supposed to be. He's on, like you said, we don't even know, he doesn't even know he's time traveling. He doesn't even know he's been to different timelines. This is all just a linear story to him. That
or a dream.
As
far as you're concerned, it's still just gonna be a dream because you were on a spirit walk. Like, and that's my point, right? Is like, for me, I go out of my way to, yes, the mechanics are there, but that's the only, the mechanics and the rules are the only consistency. Everything else is the experience. And I feel like that's what's missing, because so many people are so focused on getting the rules right that they ignore why they apply to the story.
I think there's a societal need for the majority of people to feel like they're in control and that they know what to expect. And so many people are afraid of the unknown, and they're not there to explore what the unknown has for them. So that they're like, I need to know, I need to be sure, I need to be confident, I need to know that this is the best choice I could possibly make. And so
that's so funny. That's so funny that you say that, because yes, that's very opposite to how High Point works. Is I don't want my players to really ever truly know what's going on. Like, I want them to just constantly search for the next step. But at the same time, you say that, and I'm like, yeah, that's probably why a lot of people try to become a DM at some point, is they want to control the story. And I'm like, but at the same time, I don't play that way, because there's a lot of DMs who like won't let you get too far off course or do too many things that aren't like the thing that they planned. And I'm the kind of one where like, I got all of this. Oh, you want to go over there? Cool. So over here now. And I'm like, that's me. Like, I'm the kind of guy where I spent 13 hours crafting this dungeon, and you want to go walk in the Field of Flowers? Cool. Fuck that dungeon. So in the Field of Flowers, you find a monster. And like, I'm totally fine pivoting, because I don't want what I expect. I want to say, here's the BBG, here's how I think you could do it with what I know your character would do, and then y'all go fucking completely, ass different in a different direction. I'm kind of like, expect this, I got it. And again, I get to be the player in that case. I get to now have to overcome something I didn't plan for, that I didn't know what was going to happen, and I don't know what you're going to do.
That's a very interesting way to put it, and it's funny because I spent a very short time as a player before I became a DM. It was very much out of demand, but like demand for me to.
It was more necessity than it was desire.
But at the same time, I found that I genuinely enjoy being a DM the way that I personally play because of that very reason. I feel like I have player aspects, like elements of the player experience I still get as a DM, because I get to explore the way my players are viewing this world around them. And I get to interact with the way my players see this world that I'm building. And I get to see different ways to see what I have seen in the past already. And so that to me is very, very valuable and very helpful, and the reason why I enjoy doing the thing. Like, I enjoy getting to be a part of this collaborative experience with everybody.
I think another thing that you and I do as well, because listening to you talk about that, I think you and I also prepare loss conditions, which a lot of DMs don't. Like, DMs say, okay, here's the encounter. To progress, you need to beat it. Like, their just mindset is it's a win or fail. Like, you're either going to TPK or you're going to go, and then the next part of the story is going to happen. Whereas with us, it's like, if you lose the fight, that's just another path of the story. It's not, you have to do this or we're done gaming. It's, you have to do this to do the thing that you thought you were going to do. But if you don't do this, another door is going to open and there's a different path for you to take. But I don't think that exists in many games. I think a lot of the games are like, okay, you're going to go from this person to this mini boss to this BBEG. I'm going to do this many encounters in between. And here's going to be a couple fork in the road where you can either do these two choices, but they always end up going like this, right?
Sure.
Whereas you and me, it's just a fan. It just goes, it's infinite, because we don't have that expectation of you are going to win this fight. I never have ever put my players in a fight where this is you have to win this to proceed. It's this fight makes sense for you to have it right now. What's going to make sense after this fight will matter when you decide if you win or lose this fight. Like, it's not like, well, it makes sense after this fight that this happens. Well, it depends. Did you win? Did you lose? Did you kill him? Did you make him sacrifice? Did you knock him unconscious? What else happened? Because the concept of just, well, I put an encounter there that they're just going to win. So once they win it, but what do you mean once they win it? Like, so it's guaranteed. Well, what if they don't? Is the game over? Well, if they TPK, so that's it. Just game over. Just and that kind of ruins the game sometimes. In my opinion, if it requires a win condition, if kind of like video games, if you can lose in a video game and immediately restart the level, loss doesn't matter anymore. Like I kind of hate that
in Baldur's Gate when you die or you go down or whatever. Like specifically in the Goblin Camp.
Yes,
I would love it if when you died in there, you now became a prisoner.
Yes,
and all of your stuff,
yes,
and all of your stuff like ended up in a chest somewhere, and you had to find a way to figure out how to escape. Like, yeah, that would be so sick.
But no, you die, restart, try again. Just try again.
And imagine, like, because you can split your party. Imagine if you all got split and you had to like switch between the different characters. Maybe you had to go back to camp and get another character. Yeah. Break those people out. Like, or
imagine that you die and then like your other characters from camp have to come and find you.
Yep.
It's like that's my point, right? It's like when you have this concept of there's no true loss condition, everything must be won. Not only does it ruin the gameplay, but then you get to this point of player, entitlement where it's FOMO, where it's like if. Like especially Baldur's Gate did this really crappy where it constantly gave you checks that you didn't know what were for. And if you failed them, you just didn't know. And I don't mind doing that in my game where I'm like, hey, give me a perception check. You didn't notice anything. It doesn't feel as impactful as a video game. When a video game says you missed something, you basically feel like you're not playing the game. And you like missing something in a video game makes it feel like you didn't play the game right. Whereas if you miss something in a high point, you're like, fuck, that could have been important.
Sure.
But that's the real world, right? You know, someone says, "Oh my God, that was a cool car." I'm sorry, I was looking at my phone. What? Like, how often does that happen in real life, where someone's like, "There's an amazing, oh my God, a shooting star." Oh shit, I was looking right over here, even though it's still technically within your view because you were looking 2 inches over this way. You didn't technically register that there was like that shit happens. But in D&D, it's not. In Baldur's Gate, it feels like, oh, I missed something. Well, should I just save scum because? What if I really needed that?
Sure.
D&D, I feel like 5th edition kind of leans into that where it's like, well, you either do it or there's no point in playing. Like sometimes it feels like that where it's like you're either going to win or there's just no point in continuing. And it's like, why though? Why? Like that's why death isn't the end in High Point. It's not like it's not like I'm afraid to kill my players, and it's not like I'm afraid for you to have to get another character like you're never going to play again. It's just that death is boring if it's the end. Like literally, if it's always I have to win a fight or my game's over, I don't like that type of stress in a fight. Like I don't like that kind of stress on the player because it also assumes that every fight's to the death. It's either I quit gaming or I win, and it's like no, not every fight needs to end in death. Not every loss needs to end in game over.
Sure.
But I just don't think that, and D&D's always had this problem. Modules have never been open-ended like that. Many modules are they break if you do too many things not in line with it. Dragonlance is like one of the fucking worst. I would never play Dragonlance.
I think I've started playing a couple of modules, but I don't think I've ever actually like played through.
I treat modules more like individual puzzles, not games. Like I don't look at like Curse of Strahd. I don't look at that as a campaign. That is just one giant interactive puzzle. It is do all the right things to get to the boss and then do the right things to beat the boss. There is no bigger story. There is no lost conditions. There is a list of things you must do in order to say
game, and then you have those little chess puzzles where the pieces are already set up in a certain way and you have to figure out how to checkmate in a certain number of moves or whatever.
That's all that all of modules over the years have done for me. I dig it. I dig that people like that. Like I'm not a huge one-shot fan just because I love getting into my shit. Giving me something that I know has a start and an end and is very temporary. Like give me a 6-hour game and I'm not going to get into my character. I'm sorry. I'm going to play my character purely mechanically. If I have 6 hours to play this, I'm not getting into character. I don't give a shit about my backstory. I don't care about my voice. I don't care about the interaction because we have 6 hours. There is not enough time for me to play my character.
I will say this.
Like invested wise.
Yes, invested. Like I will be much more.
I'll play my role. I will lean into the role, right? If I'm just the big talkative guy or whatever, I will do that. But I won't care.
It'll be a lot more. I'll be a lot more freeform. I'm not going to invest mental energy to understand what this particular character is doing in this moment in time.
Yeah.
I am fulfilling an archetype. Like if
exactly.
If I'm the jokester, if I'm the jester, yeah, I'll play into being the jester. I don't mind being this goofy dude, but I'm not gonna care if I talk trash to this dude over here and now he hates me and he happens to be the king's daughter or I don't care. Yeah. Like whatever, he hates me. All right, well, sucks to suck.
And again, because in the module it's like that's not going to change anything. Like the module doesn't say if she likes you this will happen and if she doesn't this will happen. And modules don't get written like that.
It might make something temporarily harder, but
like you might like if she likes,
we're not going to get through it.
Yeah, like maybe there's a magical item that would help you in the next scene if you had done it good, but
maybe they'll give you some information that we might not have had otherwise. But
like for me to put any amount of time into any time outside of doing what makes the most sense and the most effective sense. No, we're not going to play that. I'm not going to worry about whether my character would, have such strong. No, he's going to ask the questions he's going to need to ask, and we're going to move on. We only have 6 hours, and that's why I just don't like one shots. It's when you have to get through so much in such a short time, the story ceases to matter. Like if you got 6 hours to run 4 combats, a BBEG fight, and you need to pick up 2 items along the way. Who fucking cares what we're talking about? No one's going to have a conversation with an NPC more than 3 questions because we got to fucking go. We got to get these items because we got to get to that combat. That combat's going to take a half hour. The next combat's going to take an hour. That's already half our time right there. We got to go. I don't have time to think about how my character feels and thinks. All I care about is, do I need to swing at it? Do I need to ask the right question? Or do I just need to pick it up and move on?
And
it's just that's my game that
with my characters is I always have to make sure, like, why are you here? Why are you doing whatever it is that you're doing? Why are you out adventuring with us? Because if you don't have a reason, if you're not motivated to do anything, nothing's going to matter to you.
Yeah.
Even in a longer game.
And that's why I have to just play like you said, play the archetype. If I'm just going to be the paladin, fine. I'm going to be the guy that protects you all and I'll be the loud booming voice when we need it. But outside of that, I don't give a shit what I think of. I don't care who my god is. Why? Like it just...
And I will say I enjoy exploring personalities in that way. I enjoy exploring gaming styles in that way. But again, if I'm going to get invested into a character like I can play Dov's archetype in a one shot, sure, right? Like, but if I am going to be invested in who he is as a character, I'm not going to do that in a one shot. I'm not going to be like reading his dad's journal. I'm not going to be, praying and meditating and trying to.
What does it matter? Like
I'm doing that thing. That's what we're here for. We're here to dungeon dive. So let's go dungeon dive, Yeah.
And that's just kind of my thing about it is I don't know. That's why, long story short, that's why I just kind of did my little end all be all. Like, you know what? You're all fucking stupid. We all have the same purpose. We want to play a game. And in every way that you play TTRPGs, no matter how you play it, whether you play the modules, homebrew it, created your own, or cycle through one every 6 months, the fact is each and every way that you select to play a TTRPG, there will always be more than you can ever go through. Period.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which one. If you doesn't matter if you like D&D, there are more modules than you can ever play. Fate system, there are more ways and ways for your party to be put together that you'll never get to the end. Call of Cthulhu, there's no matter what kind of gamer you are, pick a system, and there are more ways to play that system than you would ever be able to try. It doesn't matter if you stick to one or try them all. There's too many, and I think we're all trying to solve the same problem. We're just trying to find the thing that we all like.
To be honest, the people that I think you're continuing to hear are not people that are trying to solve any problem. I think that those people either gain entertainment from starting drama and they just want to talk trash so that they have someone to talk trash to and they have someone to feel superior to, so that I can tell you that you're wrong and I'm right, and it makes me feel like I've achieved something. All right, great, good for you.
Yeah, your time and money was well spent. Congratulations.
Keep doing you, my guy. Like, I'ma also keep doing me, So,
right.
Like, if that's the vibe that people want to go for, I'ma let you.
You know what it is? You know what it's like? It's like driving a certain car, like loving stick shifts, but having a really specific stick shift you love to drive. Mm-hmm. And then talking to a guy who owns like 30 cars.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just like, we're not like, you don't even drive all of your cars. You couldn't even possibly drive all of your cars as much as I've dedicated into mine. There's some people who mod cars, and then there's some people who hot rod them back to perfect factory settings. This is the same as D&D groups. There are people who play only modules. There are people who upgrade so they go. So there are the people who like the Oldsmobiles, right? The ones that are every screw is factory. That's your module players.
For sure.
Then you have the modders, which is the homebrews. Then you have the I find that's a new car every 2 years kind of guy. That's the new TTRPG person. And then there are the redneck, hot rodders, the ones that literally take a frame and an engine and a spoiler and go, I have a car that works. And no one knows what kind it is because it's a Mazda, Ford, Mustang, Porsche. But guess what? It runs and it shoots flames out the back because you know what? I had an extra bit.
Cool.
But that's that's literally those four car guys are the same as TTRPGers. Some people love the restoration and they want just the old school. It's perfect as is. There are some people who say, hey, this car perfect as is, but it could use, some bells and whistles that it didn't come with. Other people are like, I just want the newest thing. Every 2 years, give me a new fucking car, all the bells and whistles. And there are other people who are like, I don't even need a chair. Just give me a button that makes it go and a button that makes it stop. And I got a vehicle. Like, that's what I feel is exactly what we're having a conversation here is, will all of them have a vehicle that gets them to work? Yep. Will all of them feel better in their own way about the vehicle they own? Yep. Because they all have a different motivation. One wants the newest car because it makes them feel rich and famous. One wants to build a car from scratch because he just wants to prove he can do it. One wants to hot rod a car because he wants something a little bit nicer. And one wants to show that you can't change the classics. And look at the dedication I made to perfectly preserve. You all are happy for different reasons, but all for the same fucking thing. But yet you all argue, but you don't necessarily.
They get their kicks out of talking shit to each other because I need to validate my experience.
Oh, you need heated seats? Oh, you couldn't just handle the
validating your experience.
Exactly.
And I'm like,
and that's why I love being the guy that says that's why I will forever be the guy that says there's no wrong way. Because I will never be that guy that said, I don't ever want to be the guy that says I'm doing it better or I just do what I want. If you think and hear of High Point and go, that sounds cool, I'd be happy to talk about it. But if you're like, bro, that sounds fucking dumb and I would never play it, that's cool, man. You ain't one of my players. That's the end of the conversation. But again, there are plenty of people out there who will like, you're okay, cool. You know what I'm doing? I'm just being me. And I think we'll end it there. 4 hours, perfect. That's actually good. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for joining us for the rants, for the review. Hecate, thank you so much for submitting to us the Circle of the Twilight Monarch. That was very fascinating. I think it was a great concept, cool. And I would love to see what more people think about that. So leave a comment in chat. Follow us everywhere on all social medias. Join the Discord if you'd like to submit your own homebrew review on Mondays. Otherwise, this Friday, we will either be checking out our new board game.
Oh,
maybe.
Yes.
Maybe. If not, we will probably do a D&D discussions about 10th HP.
Oh, yes.
So join us on Friday for that, and then I will probably be game streaming throughout the week, so join me for that. Otherwise, I hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. I hope you have a great week ahead of you, and we will be back hopefully on Friday. All right, y'all. Have a good rest of your night. Cheers.
Deuces.